victory. They're going to claim the 30,000. It's only Orange Marmalade to fight to the end. And he is going to run it out. He doesn't want to leave this finals. He can't believe that they've lost. They've come so far from the lower bracket. They almost claimed victory. They tied it up at 1 apiece. He is going to run away, and in comes the final abilities, the final kills that they need, despite having to fight against a very resilient Orange Marmalade. So look at her counter kill. This is incredible. Oh, Orange Marmalade turned that on its head. SK Gaming were playing like they won.
We know what happens next. There's the Wolves and Bloodlust on Vinruki, drops down to half. Wow, and down goes Vinruki.
He didn't try to give him up. I don't know if it's possible. He landed Bell comes in. Vinruki's at 80K. He's alive. They're all alive. And Dinu pulls off the miracle. Are you kidding me? They are all alive.
Here comes the Metamorphosis. They're looking at strike back. Bounce is dangerously low. There's nothing left for 9 more seconds. Down to 10%. Trying to get away from the onslaught. Portal's at 5%. They're in hot pursuit. It's taken.
No way.
The panic almost.
Yeah, but Method have won the game. If they can just stay alive here, Snuds just needs to live a few more seconds. Incarnation is up in 1.
No bubble, no pop, no Avenger Crusader. Here comes the Incarnation. It's in the stage. It's gonna burn. There's nothing he can do. The mighty Bastion. He doesn't have anything left. So many off-fields from Swansea. They're desperately trying to get him.
The key.
See him barely hanging on. This is it. The Wolves are going to take it. The 2-time champions.
Don't open.
I've opened on him, man.
You're joking.
Sheep mage.
1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Big swap on Looney though. Pistol stun into cheeks, round into gas. And they take him down. What was that damage? The game winning gouge coming in from Wad, denying anything from Looney. That was absolutely insane.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final AWC Cup number 4 for the Shadowlands season. Before we head into the circuit, it is going to be a weekend full of teams desperately trying to make it into that top 8, some defending their current top 8 position. We're of course going to keep you guys updated along the way. Hello everyone, my name is Aya, I'm your host this weekend. I'm with Zico, Venruki, and Super Tees. I am so excited to get these games started. We're going to find out our final top 8 for both regions. We're, of course, starting today in the European region, and we can take a look at those teams, where they currently stand, just basically what's going on for this region. But we can look at, you know, what we're going to be seeing this weekend. Here it is. We've got the standings for what we currently are before we head into these games. Of course, KUNGARNA very solidly at that first place position, Venruki.
Yeah, I mean, this team they've been absolute titans. In Cup number 2, actually, it thought like there might be a bit of a momentum shift. We had SK Pieces come in with their Mage Lock and really put on quite a dominant performance. But KUNGARNA strike back in Cup number 3, and now it seems like they really are the team to beat once again. MYWAY had an excellent performance last week with their jungle. They're the champions from last year, so I think they're going to be looking to have a great Cup 4 finish. And if they can get that first place finish, potentially overthrow KUNGARNA, depending on what happens. But looking at just, that 6, 7, 8, 9 position, a lot of these teams are going to have an outstanding performance if they really want to solidify their position in that top 8.
Yeah, they most certainly are, and you can see where the first 2 teams that we're going to have playing today are currently standing. We've got Bugs at 6 with 140 points, and then No Money Just Funny at 92 points. So, they're kind of there, but they're definitely right on that cusp. So we'll see where they do end up at the end of the day. We can see the bracket here. It's also an elimination round. So, one of these teams is really not going to be happy at the end of this series, because it's going to be a little bit scary being right on the cusp there, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. For some of these teams, it's going to be their last chance to try to make it in. And for some of the others, they're sitting, comfortable, but they still, of course, want to show some dominance in the region. And it's going to be very scary down there in that lower bracket. Sure, Bugs and No Money Just Funny both need as much possible. Well, all the teams in the lower bracket, I would say, definitely want to get as many points as they possibly can, because this is the last chance. This is the time to do it. There's no more chances after this. After this, we're going straight to circuit.
And the top 8 teams too that do make it, that is the, you know, the roster that they signed up for this cup. That's the one that they're stuck with throughout the circuit. So, you know, a lot of choices did get made heading into this cup. So I just can't wait to see you know, where we do end up. It's interesting also, you know, we've got that new team as well that we're going to be seeing. Anything Possible. It's Lasers, Sivab, and Athena. So I'm excited to see how those guys do as well. But interesting bracket, you know. Obviously there's teams that are very solidly in the top 8 that we're not going to see budge quite at all, but you can bet that the teams that are right on the cusp are going to be feeling that pressure. But Sid, let's talk about the first game that we have coming up. No Money Just Funny versus Bugs. We saw, you know, Bugs play the first game of the day last weekend as well, but you know, how are these two teams doing in your mind?
I mean, they both have solid meta composition picks. For me, it's kind of building synergy, getting games under their belt for both of these rosters, because they've got things like the Rogue Mage, the Windwalker Mage, a couple of Spellcaster Cleaves, even Jamie coming on in Enhanced Shaman for Turbo when it's situationally good for them. These are teams that could rise to the challenge if they're able to get in the hours. And they've really proven themselves last week. Like, they had a really deep run between the two of them, and I think they faced off. I'm trying to remember if Bugs used Windwalker Mage or actually mirrored them. I think they did use Windwalker Mage into their Rogue Mage specifically, and they were able to beat them, which we weren't expecting. We were thinking Rogue Mage is favored, so maybe things have changed now with another week of practice under their belt. No Money Just Funny might strike back. If they knock Bugs out, then they get a bit higher seed. I think the bigger deal is to just be placing high in this tournament to get the prize money, because if you're top 8, I believe Circuit is round robin, so I'm not sure if your seeding is going to be too important. I think in terms of qualifications, it's the series after this that has the most impact in Europe, because right now Spawn of Damage, that was Big Mix's team we saw in the first cup, they haven't really been having a good run since then, and their spot for qualifying is kind of under contention to the team Delirium and possibly Anything Possible. Like, if Anything Possible has a run, I don't know how deep they'd have to make it. They'd have to make it further than Spawn of Damage did in the first cup. They could take their spot. So right now it's the 8th place position that is kind of like the hot button position to grab, and there's basically 3 teams that are in contestant for it right now, and one of them, Spawn of Damage, isn't going to have a say in it. So they're basically kind of praying that Anything Possible beats Delirium, and then Anything Possible loses, I think, right off that, if they want to keep that 8th place position.
A lot of complicated math involved in that things could certainly swap around completely by the end of the day. So we'll be keeping an eye on that 8th position, but in the meantime, let's get this elimination round started. It's Bugs versus No Money Just Funny, game number 1.
There we are going to see that Windwalker Fire Mage Holy Priest going up against the RMP. And the last time these two teams met, it did seem like the main effort for No Money Just Funny was doing these clean setups on Brunhilde, but they were getting denied this time. Looks clean though. Big kidney shot on Brunhilde. Getting aggressive very early on. Acro's going to be playing that assassination specialization, so every one of those kidney shots going to be devastating. But the one thing we saw from Bugs last week was their ability to defend Brunhilde. I think that's what we're going to be looking for. Oscar with good Dragon's Breath, with good Quaking Palms from that Pandaren racial. If they can keep Brunhilde alive, their pressure will eventually overwhelm in this matchup.
Ooh, Oscar didn't get the Dragon's Breath sheep, but look at Brunhilde taking huge damage here. So far, that Battle Master was used there by Brunhilde, but no trinkets used, no panic here just yet on the side of Bugs, and now counterattack coming in. The leg sweep onto Acro, but don't really have to trade anything. And I'm really surprised Brunhilde was able to survive that Vendetta with just the 4th brew. But now another kidney shot, smoke bomb gets dropped, but Nick's got a big heal right before that smoke bomb. So I think Brunhilde is actually going to sit through that one without using his trinket. So even with the smoke bomb, No Money Just Funny, not able to find that trinket, which they're desperately trying to get from Brunhilde. But now he just trinketed right there. Not sure. That was a little bit weird, but yeah, Brunhilde is not in a great. He's not in a great spot after that trinket. That's for sure.
Combustion is up, Vendetta is up. Brunhilde has no trinket. I don't even know if Guardian Spirit will be enough. They might just kill him through it if Acro connects here. He's going for the massive damage with that Vendetta, but he didn't land a kidney shot, it looks like. Acro's just dismantled. He has no weapon. He can't attack Brunhilde. Brunhilde's running away. I mean, this is the game right now. They can connect at all onto him with a kidney shot here. You should just be down in the dirt, and they just can't connect it. Acro is crowd controlled by Oscar in a Frost Nova at the moment. Brunhitty's now getting aggressive towards Tittery, blasting him down to half. Grip onto the kidney shot here, but they haven't launched the combustion and there's no Vendetta, so Brunhitty survives another kidney shot scot-free. Now stunning up Acro and blasting him, getting Acro's medallion, keeping his team in the game. Kind of feels like no money. It's funny, dropping the ball there. That last setup really lacked punch. They're going to need to connect this combustion from Tittery if they want to maintain their momentum.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Let's see if they can do it. They're going to be moving forward right now. Big kidney shot on Brunhitty. This is the Vendetta. Massive damage. Can they just crush him through? Next gets counterspelled. Then will he get dropped? Portals with the defuse. He gets the Transcendence off behind the pillar. That was a really scary moment, but they weathered the storm. Actually was not the Vendetta from Acro, so he still has that available as well as a full blind. So still scary moments to come for Bugs. There's no defensive cooldowns for another 20 seconds from Brunhitty, so we'll see how they balance offense and defense. Brunhitty wants to continue to push forward, get that Windwalker damage out, but here's the Vendetta. Big damage on Brunhitty once again. Next has to trinket out, but does he have the healing to actually keep him alive? Brunhitty on the run, throwing a detox on himself, getting behind the pillar, but Acro in hot pursuit, disarmed. Brunhitty goes over to Tittery, gets some pressure out. Now it's up to Oscar. Can he get the crowd control here onto JJ? If he can, Acro could be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, and here we go. Full stun onto Acro. Here comes the damage. JJ is in a polymorph. Oscar gets stopped there on the re, though. Nice Dragon's Breath there by Tittery. And he will get gripped back to the pillar. JJ is going to be able to keep him alive. Acro actually looking for the re-stealth here. So that was a really nice play, though, by Oscar. He landed a counterspell onto JJ. And he forced out Acro's cloak there by himself. Kind of maybe taking him down. Pull the blind onto next. Brunhitty doing a great job here, pre-kiting, just avoiding Acro before he can even get a chance to press that Shadow Step kidney shot. This is really nice preemptive kiting right now from Brunhitty, and then he's going to send the disarm onto Acro right there when he knows that he's going out in open field again. So Brunhitty with excellent defense as usual, but now the kidney shot will connect. But since next is no longer in crowd control from that blind, he'll be able to just survive that CC chain there. So really nice defense there from Bugs once again. And we saw these matches go on for quite some time last time around. Down onto Acro. He did use that 3 Aegis Trinket though, so he won't die on that one. Trinkets vanish. Figaro, cheap shot. And he's got the Sepsis as well into the kidney shot. This is big damage onto Brunhitty. He's going to Trinket out. Use the Touch of Karma. They bust through it. Tittery looking for next there on the backside, trying to get something going, but they're turning around onto Acro. Oscar gets denied on the resheath. And Brunhitty, though, is there with the double stun, but he's taking too much damage. Has to run away and just try to survive here with the diffuse magic. Unfortunately for him, Next is just permanently in crowd control right there. They could have maybe gotten the kill otherwise. Next still in CC. Okay, now Brunhitty, that might just be the game. And they will be able to take the Monk down there. Nice offense there coming out from No Money Just Funny. And unfortunately for Bugs, they had a really nice opportunity there to get aggressive onto Acro, but Brunhitty just didn't feel safe enough. It was a bit of a race there, and Bugs ended up losing it.
They did a really good job just keeping their momentum in that game. Like Brunhitty never really got room to breathe. It was always a threat, rotating between their combustion. I like that they were splitting their combustion and splitting their Vendetta so that there was more kidney shots that could threaten lethal damage. Like here we see combustion rolling through onto Brunhitty, but not Vendetta. And then the next kidney shot, they're going to use Vendetta. Then the next kidney shot, they try and reduce their Vendetta. Or reduce their combustion. So there's always a big damage cooldown available for No Money Just Funny every time they have a stun, which means Brunhitty can never get comfortable and be like, oh, I trinket and traded on Vendetta and bust, so there's no threat now, I can run all over them. They didn't do that. Right here we see the kidney shot Vendetta. That forces Brunhitty to run away. If he doesn't, he's going to die to Vendetta. Tittery's working down that combustion cooldown to try and get that available for the next stun. They try and get this opening here to go after Acro, but Brunhitty is still just dying to the Vendetta. He thought that he could push through with his defensives he had at the time and get aggressive, but No Money Just Funny. Their damage is way higher. Their offense is much more coordinated than last week. They're not allowing Brunhitty to slip through the cracks, not giving him any opportunities or breathing room throughout that first game. And if that continues to be the case, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to rely on their Windwalker Mage to win this series.
Yeah, I think such a huge part of why they were able to win last week is Brunhitty was just every single kidney shot got denied from Acro. It was just a Dragon's Breath, a Polymorph, a Chastise stun, a Fear. And I really feel like if we see No Money Just Funny do these kind of cross crowd controls and land these stuns consistently on Brunhitty with their offensive cooldowns kind of split up, like you mentioned, it's going to be really difficult for the Monk to survive. Windwalker Monks do insane damage. They're really, really strong in terms of offense. as well as defense if they can move their character. The one thing that's really difficult for them is kidney shot, the long extended stun. That's when they're most vulnerable, and I think that's what Acro's really trying to exploit in this game.
Yeah, they landed a lot of kidneys, but that's the thing. It seems so hard to be the monk in this setup. You have so much offense, but you can't really get to use it a lot of the time because you're just busy running. I think for Oscar, it's kind of his job to be like the goalie. He did a really good job with it last week, so I think that's what he needs to try to do. Just focus a lot on shutting down the rogue, making sure that the rogue doesn't get any uptime whatsoever, and then try to counterattack. But it's tough for him.
Yeah, we'll see if they make any adjustments. I mean, they do have other compositions, but do they have any other compositions that are good against Rogue Mage? that really, I mean, that's the question for all these teams, right? Figure out Rogue Mage. Last week they had a solid answer, but I think if No Money Just Funny adapts like we see here, it's going to be a really rough matchup. And I'm trying to even think what Bugs could really do too much better, because it does seem like when these two comps go head to head with the best teams, and I think both teams are playing on like an equal level, I feel like the Rogue still has a bit of an advantage, but we'll see. We've seen both sides win throughout all of these cups.
I think it's just experience. Like No Money Just Funny, it's obvious they have more experience now.
Yeah.
From last week, because Brunhilde isn't getting away. He's not getting those opportunities. He's barely allowed to stay alive, let alone get aggressive in the matchup. Whereas last week it felt like they were getting a lot more opportunities. Could just be a first game thing. Maybe we see Bugs turn it around here on Hook Point, picking a really small map, try to get after Acro a little bit sooner. But when they were winning, they had to get like into deep dampening, and they were swapping Tittery, I think, in a lot of their games. So I think they're going to have to survive this new cooldown cycle a very long time, which can be super difficult, because if you make one mistake in the cycle, the game is over. Sometimes even if you don't make a mistake, you might just get blasted out by a big crit. So the Vendetta, Sepsis, and the Combustion being such a low cooldown now, with the new set bonuses, with the new covenants that they're picking up, really challenging to be able to best a composition like Rogue Mage. And we already see triple crowd control, Brunhilde immediately retreating behind the pillar. But this time they actually overlap. They use Vendetta and Combustion. I'm not sure if they were just going for an all-in to see if Brunhilde would under-respond there. But he does get to just trade Diffuse for both cooldowns, and this could give him an opportunity now to get aggressive, because both those major threats are out of the way, and he's taking advantage of that by running after Acro, swapping to Tittery on the Ray of Hope, trying to blast him down. And a massive Rising Sun kick onto him there. They're going to grip Brunhilde behind the pillar, fear Acro on the kidney shot, try and stall for the stun lock so Brunhilde can reconnect here. But they've already got Guardian Spirit, and Guardian Spirit outside of a cycle. Look at that Vendetta. It's already off cooldown for Acro here. Next getting counterspelled. Oscar into Polymorph. They have control at the moment. They can turn it around at any time here. Knocking Tittery behind the pillar. Tittery going to blink through the Ring of Peace. Brunhilde now Polymorph, trying to get control of the Windwalker before they go for the stun lock. Here's the Paralyze. No leg sweep, though, to set it up. Acro's actually going after Oscar, it looks like, right now. A little bit odd. Mind control over onto Brunhilde. Acro can't connect in a Ring of Frost. Shadow steps over to Oscar. I don't know if this is the right decision to go after the Mage here. He tossed Vendetta on Oscar, and Oscar's just hiding him with the Soul Shape at the moment. Both teams opting, actually, to go after each other's mages. So a bit of an odd mid-game adaptation here. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely. Tittery right now getting absolutely blasted, getting incredibly low. Nice alter time there. But Brunhilde still all over him with his images. He actually catches him on fire. Cauterized procs. Tittery could be in trouble. This could be the ice block as well. Can they actually get it? Blinking away. Gigi's going to be healing him up. A lot of incoming heals. I think Tittery's going to be okay. At the same time, Oscar still has Cauterized, still has ice block. So I would say right now, Bugs is slightly ahead in the Mage race. Oscar into Kidney Shot, though. This is where they could turn that around. Get that Cauterized. Let's see if they can do it. Doesn't look like they will be able to. Oscar stabilizes. Beautiful Ring of Peace by Brunhilde. And like you said, this is kind of a weird adaptation. In the past, you would expect the Rogue and the Windwalker to be main targets, but it seems like both teams have just completely switched on the fly. And they're just going to be going for a bit of a Mage race here.
Bit of a gentleman's agreement here to just go after the mages. And I would say, ooh, smoke bomb here onto Oscar. Big damage coming out potentially. Next is there. Trying to deflect. He gets blinded. Wants to sit through it, but he's forced to use his trinket there. So next could be a target now for No Money Just Funny. We've seen a lot of these Holy Priests get taken down in a kidney shot, but that would be probably in about a minute from now. And like you guys mentioned, I would say Tittery is the one on the back foot here. Here comes the Dust Brew, and Tittery might just get dusted right now. Just be careful. Nice altered time there by Tittery. Dragon's Breath, the images as well. Trying to survive there in the back line. Oscar taking some damage in that kidney shot. Double Dragon's Breath coming out. Next still in a polymorph. Oscar doing his job here, trying to kite. It's a nice DR ring there. Do they have a leg sweep there onto Acro and JJ? Damage coming in onto Tittery, but he's going to be blinking back, getting that big blazing soul shield, and he gets caught up in the stun. Has to use the ice block, gets mass dispelled out of it, and this mage race is not going well for No Money Just Funny. The question is, why aren't you just going after the Windwalker? It worked so well in game number 1, but now finally some pressure onto Oscar. Can they get him on fire, though? That is the question. He's so low. He will proc the Cauterize, and he will use the ice block. They mass dispel it as well. So now finally, No Money Just Funny getting 1 point back there on the board. Equal now in the mage race.
All right, let's see if they can completely even it out here and close out the series. They're way ahead on mana. They have Combustion on their side, whereas Oscar doesn't. Massive damage. They grip Oscar behind the pillar. Grapple weapon onto Acro. Frost Nova blink away by Oscar as he's getting on top of Tittery. Trying to go for the win here. Blinking a Polymorph. Not going to find it. Shut down by both Acro and Tittery here. Oscar now just trying to build up damage, but Combustion is just waiting in the wings. Vendetta is waiting in the wings. There's no defense for Oscar here. There's basically no mana on the side of Bugs. I think that No Money Just Funny can take it here if it's not stolen away by Brunhitty. Brunhitty going for the double leg sweep, but it looks like Tittery blinks away from the spinning crane kick, and here comes Combustion. Here comes Vendetta. Massive damage. Oscar Ultra Time's back, but Acro is chasing after him in that soul shape, trying to catch up to him. He's just melting to the dots right now. JJ into a Ring of Frost, fakes out the Shadow of Death, goes for the Polymer, gets chastised on it. He's still flailing to stay alive, down at 10%. I think they're going to proc the pod here. They do proc the pod. Can they take the pod out? Next trinkets out and fears Acro away from the pod. It looks like Tittery will be able to drop it. And despite No Money Just Funny looking like they were behind, turn it around in the final moments. Now move to match point.
Yeah, this is looking like a totally different team than what we saw last week. The pressure's just a lot higher. The setups are a lot better as well. No Money Just Funny playing this Assassination RMP quite beautifully. And I kind of wonder if Bugs is going to have to make a change. They do have Jamie, so Jamie could come in potentially on the Shaman. Maybe we see some Mage Shaman. Not sure if that's a good matchup, but we'll have to wait and see. The Mage race ended up working out. It seemed like a little bit better here for No Money Just Funny. They were able to pull away the victory. Oscar just being caught continually in these kidney shots, and I think a part of this comes down to Oscar just not playing Blazing Soul, I do believe. So he's not actually going to have...
He's shimmered right there.
Yeah, he's not going to have access to just blinking out of stuns, which I think on the small map is really difficult. And I think that's why No Money Just Funny. They're like, okay, well, Oscar's not going to play the really tanky talent, and he wants to go for more crowd control. We're going to punish that in a big way. And these consistent kidney shots on the Panda Mage, at least go Orc if you're going to play Shimmer. Maybe he was trying to like keep it a secret or something like that, but those stuns are just brutal to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Oscar wasn't playing the tank mage, and Tittery was. So despite Tittery getting kind of blown up early on, he's able to survive. He's able to just, keep blinking out of those leg sweeps, keep himself alive with those big shields every time he blinks as well.
Look at healing.
Whereas Oscar just can't do anything. He just gets kidneyed, and that's that. He has to get gripped or he has to trinket, and that's really it. Healing, you said?
Yeah, more even than I... A little bit.
Fixed it a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at the mage's healing. Like how much extra healing the Blazing Soul does provide in this matchup. But yeah, just not being able to free yourself from the stuns are brutal. So I feel like it's a good punish, right? Because on the one hand, as the mage, if you have Shimmer, it's going to be a lot easier for you to land like a Dragon's Rush Sheep or like a Polymorph Shimmer, for example. With the Blazing Soul, it's a little bit more difficult. You're actually on global, so it's not as quick. It's not as easy. Players can react a little bit easier. So it's one of those things where Bugs, they're trying to like get that little bit of greed. If you're going to go after Brunhitty, I'm going to crowd control a bit easier. But I like the adaptation from No Money Just Funny. They're going to punish that. And now I suspect if Oscar goes back to playing the Blink Stun, that they're just going to go after Brunhitty again because Oscar's not going to be nearly as big a threat.
Just keeping them controlled. Containing them basically. If they see somebody trying to sneak out, just instantly pushing them back. Like, nope, we saw what you did there. We're not gonna let that be a threat to our team. So I mean, that's good awareness by No Money Just Funny to pick up on that kind of small nuanced change for mages in this patch, because mages have been playing Shimmer for a very long time, and that new trinket, the Echoing Resolve, is really enabling this blink stun now as well, because you can just go immune to crowd control outside of it, have the safety of blinking the stun, and also the benefit of getting a big shield when you do it. So you're just immune to CC basically the whole game. as a mage with that build, but the trade is that you're going to have a harder time sheeping a healer, especially a priest, with Shadow or Death and with Holy Warding with Greater Fate. It can be actually really challenging to sheep to not have Shimmer. So Oscar has to make a tough decision: Shimmer to land sheeps or Blink Stun so I don't die. But if I run Blink Stun, then my monk is just going to die and I can't sheep. So it's a really bad position to be in as the Bugs with their roster. Whereas No Money Just Funny, seems like they don't really even need Shimmer sheeps. Like a Combustion Kidney or a Vendetta Kidney with just a Blind or a Chastise from the Priest is like usually more than enough to kill a target. So they can just play defensive mage. Maybe Bugs should have actually just stayed on Acro, even though they were going after Oscar, simply because Tittery was playing Blink Stun. None of those leg sweeps were sitting. Maybe if they change that, the game looks different. But we'll have to wait and see here. It's Blackrock Hold. It's a good map for the monk to survive. So maybe they do run Blink Stun and then use the map here to help Brunhilde. But reverse sweeping the series on RMP map picks, I feel like it's going to be tough. Like No Money Just Funny are looking like a solid RMP this week. Like they came together, like they just signed up. I don't know how much practice. I feel like I've seen their names together in the past, but I don't know recently how many games they've been getting on the Rogue Mage, because last week it looked a little bit rusty. But this week they're looking clean. They could be a big threat, having another RMP in the European region.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually what I want to see is exactly what you said. I want to see Oscar keep playing the Shimmer, but just go after Acro. Just don't make it a mage race, and just protect Oscar more. I think that could be good, because when you're playing that Shimmer, the only thing that's like really threatening is actually the other rogue, not so much the enemy mage, because you can just alter time the combust or spell steal it and cancel it, or blink out of line. Or there's a lot of ways to avoid it. You're only really scared when the mage is in the kidney shot. So I think the way they play when No Money Just Funny is going after the Windwalker, they need to play that way when No Money Just Funny is going after Oscar, because the Windwalker, he can do a lot to protect the mage. Beast, disarms, just rooting constantly the rogue and things like that can be really, really annoying to deal with. So I want to see that, but Oscar probably just going to go, he's echoing Resolve. He's definitely playing Blink Stun again. So let's see if it works out for them. They have won like this before. Last week, Bugs was the team that took the dub. This week, though, it looks like No Money Just Funny is the stronger team. Let's see if they can do 3 in a row.
Okay. It's looking like they will be able to. They're going after Brunhilde, so they've recognized that Echoing Resolve that Oscar has Blink Stun, so they're going to go after the Windwalker Monk instead, get maximum values out of their kidney shot, and they don't have to worry about JJ getting Blink Polymorphed here. You can see Tittery retreating back into the room, Brunhilde keeping them back here, cutting through that Alter Time. Now they got the Ray of Hope. I feel like a lot of players, when they see Ray of Hope, they stop damage, but I actually swear that you can race Ray of Hope and make it negative more often than not. I would rather see them maybe just push through that cooldown, but here comes a smoke bomb. Big power play on match point. Is Brunhilde going to fall here in the final moments? Diffuse, Trinket from next. Big cooldowns. They still have a full blind. They might just kill him through everything. Brunhilde portals back to the pillar. JJ's right on top of him. Chastises to reconnect. Acro gets paralyzed. Brunhilde on the run, but Holy Priest damage is nothing to scoff at. JJ is doing a lot of damage to Brunhilde right now while he's avoiding the Rogue and Mage. They're going to stun up Acro, try and turn it around. Tittery intervene to the Dragon's Breath. Frost Nova on Brunhilde. Another kidney shot onto Brunhilde. They're going to defensively Dragon's Breath Tittery. Sheep off their Echoing Resolve. Counterspelled on the follow-up. Not going to find a sheep. Brunhilde's desperate. He's going after Tittery, trying to blast him. Tittery gets pulled back to the pillar. Brunhilde swaps back to Acro. Acro's going to feint all that Fist of Fury damage. Ages the incoming damage as well. Brunhilde needs to retreat away from that. Reposition his portal, get ready for the next attack, get a Fleshcraft up preemptively for their push. Good defensive posture by Brunhilde, recognizing to not overextend. Double leg sweep, getting good value there, but not able to connect damage, unfortunately. And it seems like they are maybe getting baited into going after Tittery a little bit too early. Fire to dampening, killing the mage is going to be very difficult for them with how much healing they've been doing in these matchups. They're trying their best, though, to take out Tittery. There's that Ray of Hope on Tittery. I want to see them just attack into it, turn it into a negative ray rather than switching targets. They get a counterspell. Look at the pressure there. They made it negative, and they got an ice block off Tittery, a cloak off of Acro. It was a really high value push from the Bugs. They can definitely still do this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They have to do it 3 times in a row till they get this one. Brunhilde with a Fist of Fury right now. That was a great push there. And we'll see. I mean, Acro still has a big opportunity here. Big kidney shot, but he gets Quaking Palm. And this is the kind of defense you want to see from Oscar. Brunhilde able to portal away. He actually uses his Trinket. So Trinket and Diffuse are now out of the way, and I feel like that's a big victory. That was a combustion from Tittery, but Acro has got that Vendetta coming up. And I feel like this could be a really scary moment here. Luckily, Next is going to be rotating back up. Oscar has been doing a great job this game, trying to defend Brunhilde as much as possible. Big leg sweep now on Acro. He does have his trinket. But yeah, Oscar's been doing a great job defending Brunhilde. He's going to have to do a really good job in this next setup because Brunhilde has essentially nothing. Here's the kidney shot. Here's the Vendetta. Insane damage. Next is forced to trade out the trinket, but he gets polymorphed on his trinket. Looks like Brunhilde could fall. Vivify's coming in. Dragon's Breath from Oscar once again. Brunhilde does not want to run out of line of sight, but he catches the huge heal. What a close call that was. Brunhilde down to 10% health. And now Bugs is reversing the pressure here onto Tittery. No ice block. He does have the cauterize, but this is looking really scary for No Money Just Funny.
Oh, Acro. It needs to be very, very careful here. AJ still in crowd control. Can they get a resheep? They get a Dragon's Breath. And Tittery is on fire. Acro is in touch of death range here. He gets a kidney shot onto Brunhilde. He could just maybe come out of here and reverse it back on there. A nice victory there. Now Tittery has no cooldowns left, but neither does Brunhilde. Chastise onto Next. Brunhilde is on the run. Flashcraft gets channeled. They get a full fear. And they connect onto Brunhilde. Doesn't look like Acro is able to just yet. And now nice double leg sweep here. Here's the dust coming out, and big damage from Brunhilde with the Fury, but doesn't look like he will
Combustion
be
Vendetta
too much there on the side of Acro. And here comes the Sepsis. Here comes the Vendetta. There's a smoke bomb. Do we have anything more though onto Acro? He gets a touch of karma. They're gonna just bust through that immediately. Next with big heals though in the back line is able to keep Brunhilde alive right there. And it looks like through that crazy series of events, maybe not. Tittery's still in a lot of danger. Uses the ult time. Should be fine now. It looks like both teams have somewhat stabilized after that crazy push. And I wonder what happened to Next Trinket actually after that blind.
Oh, that grapple.
He got sheeped on it, but I think it broke maybe. And as a result, Brunhilde is still in the game here. For how long is the question? He has to use his trinket once again as soon as it comes back up, basically, with that Gladiator's emblem. And of course, with the diffuse magic. Catches a couple of big heals, counterspell onto Next. Brunhilde trying to kite, trying to move around, trying to parry fist here from Acro. Next still in crowd control. Brunhilde just needs to run, and constantly run. But it looks like he's finally survived for now.
Full blind Vendetta. This is a nightmare situation.
I don't think he's making it out alive here. He pre-fort bruised this kidney, but now after that, there's basically nothing. They'll probably have bust for it. They're just sending Vendetta. They don't even care. They're just sheeping the Vendetta. What is going on? This seems really miscommunicated by No Money Just Funny, but they're going for the blind. They can't connect. Brunhilde's on the run. They're kind of throwing away the game there. They just fully polymorphed the Vendetta because they suddenly had it turned around on them, and now Brunhilde manages to escape. They lost the Vendetta. They lost the blind. They need to win right here with a few seconds left on this crowd control. Can they, though? Brunhilde is stunned up. Can they close it out here on match point? Yes.
Whoa!
They managed to slip it through right at the last second. 3-0. No Money Just Funny advance in the lower bracket.
I mean, I guess they got the win. That was a really kind of scary situation for them, though. It seemed like they had like a perfect checkmate situation, full blind on the healer, kidney shot with Vendetta, but a weird miscommunication that we'll see in the replay. Regardless, No Money Just Funny, they get it done. Follow-up kidney shot, 3-0ing a team that actually beat them last week. So really showing up here in the lower bracket. Unfortunately for Bugs, they will be eliminated, but No Money Just Funny. They're going to be able to press on and try to make a deep run.
Yeah, so I want to know what happened to Next Trinket before this one. He trinketed the blind, and then he got sheeped on his trinket. I want to know if he actually deffed that sheep, because he got sheep shotted as well. I think Acro might have actually broken it with that sheep shot. Or maybe he just deffed it and then he cheap shotted to cover for the death. Either way, this is the situation I'm talking about. They got full blind, they got Vendetta Kidney, but they don't actually get the blind there onto Next. And Acro gets counterstunned. Takes a decent chunk of damage there, and then they polymorph Brunhilde because Acro is just dying during the push. And then with a couple of seconds left on the trigger, they pull the trigger, but Brunhilde no longer on stun DR. And of course, Oscar doing a great job here, just peeling. And then with 3 seconds left on that Ring of Frost, they get a fear. And that's when Brunhilde, at this point, Brunhilde feels safe to go in and get aggressive. Shadow Step Kidney comes out, fear, with a couple of seconds left on it. And then that, I believe it's actually the Night Phase slow that gets them the kill right there. I think Next had to move around the pillar, and that soothing voice from the Night Fae conduit, or Soulbind, sorry, actually slows him when he comes out of CC, and it's a 90% slow for like 2 seconds. So unfortunately for Next, he can't make it back to his target, and Brunhilde just gets blasted down by that combustion.
it's one of the awkward moments where you start thinking you're safe. Like you think the rogue mage attempt is over, so it's like I'm gonna run in there and help out. It looks like they're going after Oscar. I just got stunned. I reset. I'm in a good spot. Instantly dead. The last second on the CC, you're just looking at it like this isn't a scenario I die, and he's just coming out. Oh, like if Brunhilde just waited in the room even 2 seconds longer, he'd be alive right now. And that's how tight it is against rogue mage in terms of how decisive you need to be with when you're in and when you're out. So it will knock them out of the tournament. We'll see them again in the circuit, but no money, just funny could be a real shark in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I think they will for sure, and they're going to have a long ways to go, of course, before they can, hope to make it back up to the grand finals. They've been in the lower bracket for a couple games now, so we'll see what they can do as they move on. But yeah, like you guys said, Bugs is out, and we are going to be moving on, of course, to another elimination round before we head up to that upper bracket games. It's two teams that we haven't seen yet this season, at least. Anything Possible versus Delirium. And I honestly have no idea what these two teams are going to play, what they're going to bring out in that blind pick, but we will see very shortly. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to find out soon enough. It's Anything Possible versus Delirium coming up next. And welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we're on the second match of the day. We just eliminated Bugs. No Money, Just Funny is going to be continuing on here in the lower bracket. Now we've got another elimination round. It's Anything Possible versus Delirium. Anything Possible. I know that this team they've been competing in the offline brackets for quite some time. They haven't quite made it into the top 8 just yet. We do know that Laser played with Trend's team a little bit in Cup number 2 last season, but we haven't really seen much of them in a tournament setting. So Zico, do you know at all what we're going to be seeing here, what we can expect from either of these guys?
Boomkin, Demon Hunter, and the rest of Shaman from the boys in
Finally.
Anything Possible.
I haven't seen it.
You're finally gonna see
Finally.
it. Yeah.
I've been waiting
You
so
sound
long
so bitter.
for a team to
I was-
get this comp. Like, I want to see a Boomkin. And it's Laser Chicken. It's Beacon champion Boomkin. Like, let's and they're playing the comp that I think is like one of the best Boomkin comps. So I'm excited to see if they can make a run with it. We've been seeing nothing but mages like for a while now in the cup, so I'm excited to see a Boomkin getting a
Warlocks.
chance here. But they're gonna fight a cleave, and the cleave can be really rough. Ret Warrior can just train your shaman a lot of the time, and I think that's what they're gonna do here. And as the restoration shaman staying alive against Ret Warrior, this is one of the hardest things you can do in the game. And they're immediately all over him. Hammer of Justice is down. That's, oh my god, I told you, it's the scariest thing in the game as the restoration shaman against this type of cleave. And they've dropped Darkness, they dropped Astral Shift, they've dropped their Trinket. They have to kite, they need Cyclones on the Ret. He has to cross map and get away with stuns and clones. If he's not able to get away, he's just gonna get melted by the Ret Warrior. He's gonna get cut down and mowed out. Feels Resto Shaman.
Oh, that was Resto Shamans everywhere. Can relate to that one. Delirium, we're going to see the replay start of the game, I am sure. They just mount up, straight line to the Shaman, 10 seconds, get basically every single defensive cooldown, cut through the Fleshcraft, cut through the wall, and I mean, that's a nightmare. That's a really difficult matchup for anything as possible. Laser, getting his Cyclones reflected, so he can't even peel. We really need to see a little bit more help, though, for Archeana, because I don't really know. And they need Darkness instantly. So the only way you live versus Cleaves, in my experience, is you have to Darkness at 100% health. You see them there, the first global is Darkness. And you try to soak up that initial pressure because this is just unrelenting. As soon as the Darkness falls, Battle Master is going to fall. He gets feared up. Nobody can help him, and he just gets dropped. Still has the Ascendance and Link, but I mean, I don't think he was going to live there pretty much no matter what.
I think they started the game badly. How are they double feared? The Boomkin and Demon Hunter should never be feared together. I think Laser didn't start in stealth, if the replay even caught that at the start. So they just all instantly CC'd at the start of the game. I think one was chastised, one was stunned. Laser has to start in stealth. Like, the main goal of the game should be like a Solar Beam on the Priest from stealth into an in-cap clone on the Night Fade Blink, and then the Ret Paladin and Warrior are stunned as soon as possible. Like, if that doesn't happen, like, the Shaman is just gonna immediately flop. But yeah, I think starting from stealth, even just an in-cap on the DPS, if the Demon Hunter gets CC'd, that's because they can't get to the Shaman clean like that. It's basically game over if they get to the Shaman with no interception whatsoever. So I want to see Laser start in stealth. And everything is just about getting the Shaman. It's like protect the payload, and the Shaman is your payload. Like, you got to in-cap, Typhoon them, sprint your Shaman, get him across the map, drop Darkness as soon as they reconnect, root them, get to the other side of the map, stun them. Like, they have to get the Shaman away from the Ret Warrior, and they can't do that if they're instantly CC'd at the start of the game. So Laser definitely needs to start in stealth. Maybe even it can be so tough now. I've actually lately I've stopped playing Root Beam just because everyone's a Night Fae and they just blink out of it all the time, or the Ret Pally is going to Sanctuary it. It's like just playing Bash for an extra peel. So maybe start the game with in-cap on DPS and do a Bash if the Demon Hunter is CC'd. But they have to get control of the wings. They basically just didn't have any control. There's no chance if they don't get CC out almost immediately.
I wonder if we could see like imprisonment too from Athena, like just more crowd control. You just have to break up the Ret and the Warriors' damage. Don't let them connect. Like you said, the opener definitely wasn't the greatest. And I don't think anything's possible. In this case, I don't think anything's possible. I think we're just going to see one composition. I think it's just going to be the Demon Hunter Moonkin Shaman. So they're going for it all in. They're down 0-1 right now. Delirium had a great start, very aggressive push, and that's exactly what you want to see. So anything possible, more crowd control from Laser. Don't get double feared. Athena, maybe play the big imprisonment, so that's not going to get dispelled. Early Darkness. These are all things we really want to see. Otherwise, Sieve is going to be in a lot of trouble.
And they got to stop them from actually reaching the Shaman for free like that. I think that's the biggest thing. Just stop them while they're crossing the map. You can't stop, like, Laser, he doesn't have any time to actually get those clones out when they're already on the Shaman, because that's when you really get uptime. If you fake the reflect, or if you hard cast into it, it's essentially the same thing. because that clone last game was DR'd on Laser because he got feared, and at the same time, if he fakes and he doesn't use it, it's like it's too much time, and yeah, you want to stop them before they get to the healer, because if you do it when they're crossing and you get those buttons out of the way, as soon as they do connect, then you don't have to fake any reflex, you don't have to worry about any instant crowd control stops, and you can just actually get them off the shaman. But with that said, playing a shaman in this matchup doesn't seem to be that fun.
It's one of the hardest
And,
things. I played so many games like this last season, trying to push for rank 1, and every Ret Warrior does the same thing. You know exactly what they're doing, and you're just going through this giant gauntlet of being scared the entire game. So it is a really rough matchup, but I think it's winnable. But you need to have proper CC during the cooldowns. Like Scarlet and Queen here just got to do whatever they wanted. It was like the best game ever for them. So I really want to see Laser and Stealth this game, and maybe Athena run in right away, just maybe get a disengage snare on them, just try and prevent them from getting the shaman. No, they're getting right to the shaman. This is where I want to see an in cap. Laser's in a stun already from Stealth. He's not going to be able to get CC in this position. He's trying to heal through it with regrowth, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. He's going for Cyclones now. Gets one, but I think the War Banner clipped it, so Squarlet's not going to get Cyclone for too long. Now he's into a full Hammer of Justice. They're reverse magic. Really need to see a reverse magic, but Athena gets feared up. He's pinned down by the Spear Bastion. This could be it for him if he's not careful. He's used so much at this point. They've dropped Darkness now as well. Laser is just endlessly getting crowd controlled. Not able to get out the support here. They're trying to counter pressure Wings, but you cannot counter pressure Wings. You have to control it. They're not controlling him whatsoever. Now with Cyclone coming through, Seedable will get a couple of seconds here to breathe, but he's not getting any distance away from the Ret during the Cyclone, which is going to be really dangerous here. He's got Link as his last line of defense. Nice double stun from Athena. Finally seeing some counter pressure here. There's the double lock though on CVAB. Reverse magic comes through from Athena. CVAB trying to get away. Another Wings proc here. Massive damage. They sprint CVAB. They Typhoon. Good coordination, but CVAB just gets rooted up. Needs to get away. He needs them off of him for a substantial amount of time. Another clone comes through onto the Ret Paladin. He's going to bubble it offensively. That's BM when the Ret Paladin is bubbling your Cyclones. Just acknowledging that there's no counter pressure. Can they punish the BM here? They still have a Trinket Link. They still have one more lifeline. They can punish the bubble right now. Scarlet getting blasted down. Warrior a little bit reluctant to chase him behind the pillar. Finally, CVAB is getting away. Scarlet's getting punished for the BM bubble. CVAB continues to line of sight.
Well, looks like they are just going to be retreating behind the pillar, just trying to survive, trying to stabilize. It's not a bad play. It could be really difficult. I mean, right now, Athena, no Trinket. So if he gets caught into a stun and they get a stun on CVAB, it's also going to be a really scary situation because Demon Hunter is vulnerable. He's got the blur, but he's really low right now. Triple stun comes in. Can we see any crowd control from Laser? Double fear coming in from Queen. Let's see if they can continue to push here. They have to cross the map, and this is what you want if you are the shaman, but a full Hammer of Justice does land. Is he going to Trinket out? But Scarlet just cannot get the damage out. Here's the Wings. Massive damage. Anything's possible. They will trade out the Astral Shift to stay alive. Fleshcraft, as well as the Ore Master, just walk out of that Spear of Bastion. Yeah, if it does manage to survive, and the kiting and heals this game from anything possible are a lot better.
Yeah, but finally, you can get some pressure now onto Squarlet. He uses his Trinket there. This is the Wings, though. CVAB needs to be very careful here. Taking a lot of damage here. This could be the Spirit Link Totem getting traded out. He's trying to hold it, and Laser is spamming out the Cyclones. He gets one onto the Priest. They need a stun on the DPS here. CVAB gets stunned outside of his Earthen Wall, where he gets reversed magic. Oh! Trinket comes out. There's a Spirit Link. No! He does not get Spirit Link off there in time, and just unrelenting pressure coming out here from Delirium. Once again with that Ret Warrior, even the biggest map, and again it was kind of the same thing here for anything possible. They just had a really bad opener. Laser started the game in a Storm Bolt. They both got to connect basically for free on top of the Shaman, and they just got to get a lot of those big cooldowns from Darkness and Trinkets and everything just immediately getting forced out. And that first Wings really got a lot of value, and yeah, just didn't seem like they had that much counter pressure either. Even with the BM bubble or just like bubbling offensive, they still weren't able to get that much actually used. And I wonder what happened to CVAB's Hex right there, because they don't have a Hex dispel, and it looked like he was going for a Hex on the Priest there, but I'm not sure why it didn't land. Maybe he was just going for a fake cast, but here was a nice play. He used the Astral Shift, used the Fleshcraft, he used the Spirit Walker's Grace. A lot of cooldowns getting traded out, and they get a Cyclone onto Squarlet. He gets Mass Dispelled out. and then as soon as those cooldowns fade, they're just immediately on target again. And this is the moment in the game where they need pressure onto Squarlet. They stun him, they get a Cyclone on the Priest, but then Squarlet just has his trinket back up. He trinkets offensively, and now once again everything's on DR. I think, does Laser have Bash here? You can actually see the cooldown of it, but I think a Bash onto Squarlet here could have been the play, but I guess it's DR from that reverse magic, and yeah, it's a tough situation because it wasn't DR, I guess, as well from the Fell Eruption, so there's not really too much that they could have done there. Cyclone is on DR, Stun is on DR, and Wings are active. What are you going to do about it? Shaman doesn't have any cooldowns. The only thing he could have done is trade out the Spirit Link. Maybe it would have been enough to buy time for that Stun DR to come back up, but I think, yeah, just a tough situation to be in general. After such a rough start, you just fall behind too much, and it's just really hard to kind of come back in a game like that.
I really want Laser to peel from stealth. Like he keeps coming out of stealth, like trying to max range it or something. But even just a double in-cap roar, bash the warrior, like literally just, and then in-cap the ret when he pops wings, trinkets, spam clone on him. Like don't think about doing damage at the start of the game. Don't even really think about CCing the priest at the start of the game. Just get the warrior off the shaman, get the ret off the shaman, everything, all hands on deck to CC those two. As soon as they are CC'd and you get room to breathe, that's when you can stun the healer and try and hex the healer if the shaman gets away. But if they're not able to peel that opener, like that's the scariest point in the game. That's when the damage is always going to be at its highest, and it has to just immediately be crowd controlled, and it's just not happening right now. Maybe we could see Laser Trinket also in the opener. I feel like the Boomkins Trinket isn't as valuable as other players, so just trinketing the Stormbolt and peeling for the team would be a decent option for him and people on their roster. But if they keep playing like this and the ret and the warrior aren't getting controlled, or the banner hits a clone, like they're gonna have to use everything way too early. And at the end, CVAB had a really tough choice. He was like, do I kite now? Because the Earthen Wall was ending. But then as soon as he started kiting, his teammates got feared away. So if he trinket links, nobody's next to him. If he had actually just stayed still and trinket linked, probably would have lived that go and been able to keep going. But reverse sweeping this, winning on Maldraxxus and reverse sweeping on the small maps is going to be very challenging for them overall from this position. I just want to see more commitment. It's like Laser Trinket opener. Later on, Athena Trinket reverses a Hodge. Later on, Shaman Trinket links. Like rotate the trinkets on all the big wings hits. Like just commit a cooldown, say this person's going to save, and have a committed rotation so you know every time the go is happening from the Ret Warrior that someone's going to be there.
I was just looking at the qualification math, and I'm pretty sure this is qualification on the line right now for Delirium. I think if they win this game, they qualify for the circuit. So for them, unless they get if they get reverse swept, I think they won't make it. But if they do win here, then they're guaranteed making it into that top 8. So big game for them, and for anything possible for them to actually qualify for the circuit, they would need a 3rd place finish. Straight up. So at their road, they need to reverse sweep here, then they need to win their next series, and then they need to win 1 series on Sunday. If they can do that, then they can make it to the circuit as well. It's a long road for them.
Step at a time.
Especially yeah, let's take it one map at a time. But for Delirium, this is really exciting because we haven't seen them have that many top 8 finishes. So I think this is their 2nd cup appearance, and just 1 game away from pulling it off.
Yeah,
let's
great
see
to
if they can.
Now we're gonna definitely have to wait and see. Let's see what they can do. We need to see really good trinkets from them and great peels in the opener. Otherwise, CVAB is going to be in trouble. You can see he's already positioned across the entire map. He's a much better start, but ultimately a Hammer of Justice will land, will get reversed. So they trade out the reverse magic. Let's see how CVAB is going to be able to survive here. Looking for some heals, but if he gets pummeled, it's going to be a nightmare. Let's go for a big heal there, topping himself off, and the pressure this game is already significantly less, but they do trade out some of those cooldowns very early on in order to kind of stay ahead of the damage. And this large map really paying in favor for anything as possible. See right now, Delirium is already forced behind the pillar. This is the big offensive push. Nina getting really low, gets caught into a stun. Does he have the trinket? He's actually going to trade out the trinket as well as the Nether Walk. There was no blur available, and big punish there on the Demon Hunter for getting that aggressive.
Yeah, and he's still not feeling safe here. He's trying to push in and get aggressive, but he's just...
What?
His HP is just never moving. He pulled fear onto CVAB. He might just die, and he's just dead. That was an insane amount of damage coming in from Delirium. And Delirium, congratulations, they will be qualifying to the circuit off of the back of that one shot right there.
Darkness, if you're a Demon Hunter player, you just saw that and you want to cry. Like, he drops the Darkness on the stun and just gets bad luck. Honestly, just gets unlucky. I mean, it's got a different outcome of the Darkness rolls. He could have easily survived there, but Delirium, they are going to punish Athena for playing that aggressive. But as a Demon Hunter, I mean, what really can you do? You can't just you can't really sit back. I don't even want to say Athena really messed up here. So they had good peels in the opener. You see the imprisonment onto Queen right away. Siev just stays ahead of the damage, which I actually like. Trades out the Astral Shift very early on, and it ends up not even being really a target in this match, crossing the map on the open field. And Delirium's feeling so unconfident that they decide to just pull back. It's like, okay, well, they rotated through their cooldowns. We're just going to pull back behind the pillar. This is the big offensive push here from the Demon Hunter and the Moonkin, but Athena gets in a little bit too aggressive. I believe it is a Stormbolt that lands, and unfortunately for Athena, has to trade up the Trinket as well as another walk. And now with no blur, once again going behind the pillar. Here's the pre-darkness, I do believe. So the pre-darkness right now, but just gets absolutely crushed through it. And unfortunately, Siev, even though traded out the Trinket, gets Pandaren racials from Lanet. And that's just going to be a win for Delirium, 3-0. Really, really quite unbelievable how fast those games were.
Well, Sid, you got it. You got your dream here, bro. You got to see the Boomkin, and it was locked in after the tank. The tank
Or before
the tank,
Guardian.
Yeah, before Guardian came in, before the Thugbear came in and blessed the broadcast with that 80-minute game, we did see Boomkin.
Who-
How does that feel?
Who did they beat to get into the top 8? It must not have been any Cleaves, because that there's no way, dude. Like, what? None of those games were looking like they were going to be able to pull it off in terms of offense, let alone defense. So we didn't see the casual dads in here. What it makes me curious is if Boomkin DH is actually a decent option into other comps. Like if they had beaten casual dads or something, or beat a Destrolock team.
It's possible.
Rather than
I feel like that's what it excels at, right?
That's what I was expecting it to excel at. This is a really hard matchup to get in your first game, Ret Warrior. So unfortunate for them. They will be out of the contest. Delirium, they're excited. They get to qualify into the tournament. They're going to eliminate Spawn of Damage. They're not going to be making it into the circuit play now. And now we're moving up to the upper bracket where we've got like those big names. Who's going to come out on top this week? Is Kungana going to continue their momentum here? Are they going to remain undefeated from this point? Will SK Pieces have a rematch? Is LF Org going to be able to have a good run? I feel like LF Org hasn't been able to really go the distance since Cup 1. So I want to see what they're bringing to the table now in Cup 4, what they're preparing for the circuit. That seems to be the next preparation, is like, what comps are they going to commit to in the time prior to the round robin? Because everyone will have to play against everyone, and you'll need an answer to all of those different threats. Are we going to see maybe they're going to be a bit more experimental with the rest of this cup now that we've locked in the top 8, to try some new comps or try some new strategies? That's kind of what's got me most interested right now.
All right, well, we are going to see them advance. And No Money Just Funny winning their first elimination game of the day. Delirium advancing as well. Now we will be moving to the upper bracket in a rematch between MYWAY and Kungana. This is a really interesting series. This is actually the finals last week. A really, really interesting series to see how it kind of evolved. Kungana, I feel like they started off against MYWAY really, really strong, but MYWAY kept making it really interesting by finding these wins, barely surviving the setups, and eventually getting enough burst damage to take someone down. But Kungana eventually kind of found their footing in the match, and it looked a little bit more like convincing. Basically, I think the way we analyzed it was when MYWAY won, it felt like it was like the stars aligned kind of thing, and when Kungana won, it seemed really, really convincing on their part.
Yeah, I think that's pretty spot on. It felt like MYWAY definitely had to work a little bit more for their wins, but it was very, very nice finals last week. And if you look at last week as well, between these two teams, we had Kungana 4-0 or 3-0 MYWAY in this exact round, in the upper bracket. And then later on, MYWAY fought their way through the lower bracket and then met them again in the grand finals And that's when things became really close, and it wasn't just a total stomp anymore. It was, I believe, a 4-3 in the end in the finals. So I'm pretty sure we went all the way to Game 7 in that one. So now, with MYWAY having even more time to practice, they're number 2 on standings. They are the team that finished first last year. This is the battle of the Titans right now. I would say these two are the 2 strongest teams right now, and maybe MYWAY has figured out something a little bit extra to kind of work into the series.
Yep, started off today with 2 elimination series. We will be going to the upper bracket against these 2 Titan teams, KUNGARNA versus MYWAY, when we return from a quick break.
We are going straight into the game. We're in the upper semifinals. It's KUNGARNA, the #1 seeded team, versus MYWAY.
All right, let's see what we got here. We got, once again, Sub Rogue coming in from Waz, Fire Mage from Raikou, and Meh on that Holy Priest. And what spec are we seeing today from Mr. Kasu? It's going to be the MM Hunter. They were swapping between, MM and BM quite a bit last week. But ultimately, MM did look a little bit better, so I'm interested to see how this one is going to play out. Of course, this is in the upper bracket, so nobody's going home if they lose here. But still, the #1 seed in KUNGARNA and the #2 seed in MYWAY going to go head-to-head, Nagarand Arena, and the gates are open. So please.
Yeah, these are grand finalist quality teams here. Going head-to-head, is MYWAY going to be able to have the rematch here and pull off a win? They're playing marksmanship straight off the bat, though. Last time they maybe wasted a few games testing out different specs with survival and beast mastery and not able to find wins with it. But that marksmanship Necrolord got so much burst damage, clutched out 3 games, some miracle games last week. Definitely worth checking out that Kasu is looking to pull off once again here in the final week. Will he be able to? Immediate crowd control starting things off here. Double fear. Kasu is isolated, blasted down, and that's it. Oh my goodness. That opener was dirty.
Okay, well, an explosive start here from KUNGARNA. Let's see if they can continue that momentum forward. I mean, we're going to once again see the entire replay for this one. It's just so interesting. I mean, these two teams, when they do a battle, you can have a game that ends like this, which is basically, teams underreact, and one team has a really, really crazy opener, and the game can just end instantly, or you can see this really complicated, intricate cooldown trade. Games can last, 5, 6, 7 minutes, go into dampening. But if you mess up even for a second against KUNGARNA, you will get dropped really quick.
All right, so we're going to rewatch the entire game. Raikou's still in stealth right now. So what do they do here? They get a cheap shot onto Kasu, cheap shot onto Relza, into double fear onto Relza and Tony, combust, dead. We're going to need to watch it one more time. I feel like that was it. All right, so everyone is in stealth. Raikou comes out. He pokes the Fleshcraft, actually, from Kasu, so he won't have that. And then what is Waz doing here? He starts with a cheap shot onto Relza, into a shadow step over onto Kasu, into a cheap shot.
Double fear.
Matt gets the double fear. Raikou is roared, comes out of the roar. Mind Games connects, and one Pyroblast.
I've died.
Raikou did 1 Pyroblast.
I'm going to be honest.
I've damage. I want to know what Mez did for damage.
I've died so many times like this to RMP, where it's like the first stun lands, you're 80% health in the first stun, and then they just blow everything and kill you in half a second. Like, it's...
Yeah.
So he gets pre-chastised, Matt comes up with a double fear, and then from 50-0 instantly. Like, he's 50% health, second stun goes out, he's looking like he's going to be okay, he's got Relentless, and then gone. And it's gone.
Yeah, but look at mass damage here. Like, Raikou's going to have top damage, but in that specific go, Raikou did no damage. He did a 1 pyro. Like, he did 2 fire blasts and a pyro. That was his damage. The guy who did a lot of damage in that go is Mac. His 42k damage, that was all during the actual go. So Mass Mind Games is doing a lot of work there. And of course, Waz as well, doing a lot there. Maybe using the Curion Covenant ability there as well. Yeah, just a lot of damage. Shadow Blades, Combust.
It was an all-in, but they sent it at like the last possible second that you could react to it. It was like they waited till he was like 40% and then sent it all at once, and he died before he could respond. And so that's usually the best way to send your damage. Is just at the least moment of opportunity that your enemy would expect. If they just sent all that damage immediately, they saw bust blades at the start of the cheap shot, Cassie probably just trinket turtles.
Yeah.
The first stun. But if you wait until it's just enough to sneak in, like, they don't notice the mind games being casted because bust isn't active yet. Your stun's just ending. You think you're getting out of this one, like, they're being greedy and they're baiting me, and then they just send it all right at the last second and just get vaporized. So they're gonna pick a bigger map here to get better distance and better spread. I feel like Tony being next to Relza. How did Tony get out his stealth? Did he just open right away?
He roared Raikou.
Yeah.
Global.
He's trying to peel.
Did Waz open yet? I feel like you want to roar the rogue.
Stuff.
I think you don't. I don't know if you want to roar the mage. I feel like you want to wait for the rogue.
I think Waz came out with a cheap shot, right?
Did he come out?
Yeah, I think he cheap shotted Relza, and Tony. used roar on right.
Now I feel like I need the replay.
Maybe he was
for, like,
casting
the
a
sixth
sheep.
time. I feel like the replay was the sixth time.
I think Reiko was casting a sheep in the sheep shot, and then he came out to roar the sheep, and then Meh just came in and double feared them instead. I think that's what happened.
That sounds like it, which had to have gone down for that situation to happen.
I love one thing that Kungana does so well is they get the preemptive kind of like control CC on Kasu. So Matt actually threw a chastise on Kasu to just keep him locked down. It's like, okay, Kasu, you're not moving your character. Chastise. Oh, Relza, you're in a cheap shot. And then they have time. It's like, all right, we got 4 seconds. Get the fear on Relza. And oh, Tony's there too. Great, a double. And then Kasu goes from the chastise to the stun to evaporated. So we'll see how they navigate this opener. Kungana looking really, really solid here in game 1, though.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a mistake on Tony's end. He should never ever get double feared with his healer, who's like standing still in a cheap shot like that. Especially when chastise is used on Kasu, he should get chastise feared, and Raikou should maybe get a sheep out of the sheep shot or a ring of frost, and they should get that stun onto the hunter. But they're turning things around immediately here, going after Relza, and a nice scatter shot this time by Kasu is actually going to peel that situation. But look at this, they're setting up onto Kasu. There's the chastise onto him, full blind onto Relza. Here's the mind games. They're gonna need to respond to this. Raikou blinks in for the polymorph, he gets it. Kasu just feign deaths off those mind games. Gonna be completely fine. Tony actually gets mind controlled into the ring of frost, and the sheep though gets the re-sheep gets stopped by Kasu. Honestly, Kasu played this opener perfect. He peeled for his priest, feigned death the mind games, he peeled the re-sheep, stopped all crowd control, and he stopped the kill from happening as well. As a result, now they get to get aggressive onto Waz. He's gonna trinket, he gets roared on his trinket. Big play coming out there. Now another setup being launched here. Double stun. There's the sheep. There's a kidney shot pre-ages by Kasu. Is it going to be enough though? Waz could take him down. Doesn't do much magic damage, but Kasu will respect it and use that aspect of the turtle. And I think it was the right call, considering Relza got a follow-up sheep there as well. So far, Kasu's played a perfect game. Let's see if he can pull out the win.
Yeah, the go counter we needed on the screen. That was the second go. They got aspect of the turtle. So like third or fourth go is kind of the win go here for Kungana. And they're just retreating right now, waiting for that moment to pull the trigger. Watch Shadow steps in onto Relza, kidney shot. They're swapping to the Holy Priest. They're just sending a bunch of damage here, trying to bait a Guardian Spirit maybe before going off of him. They sheep him, but then break it. That was a miscommunication, 100%. That could have been a big cooldown force there if they didn't break the sheep and swap to Kasu, but Kasu just camouflages. He's playing the subtlety rogue. He's like, you're gonna go for a re-stealth, I'm gonna go for a re-stealth. So he's just gonna sit in camouflage there. They can't see him and wait for his trinket to come off cooldown. So I think this is a good idea. His teammates are in a position where they can trade effectively with the rogue mage. He isn't. He can start the fight from stealth with a big double tap crit. Waz is trying to find him. They do find him. Scatter shot over on the Meh. They do a freezing trap, but Quaking Palm on Kasu is holding him in place just for Waz. Raiku's just holding Kasu here for Waz. Waz doesn't decide to go for it. Kasu just disengaging away from the fight, avoiding Waz. He needs to line of sight Waz this entire CC duration. If he doesn't line of sight Waz here 100% of the time, he's going to go down unless someone has to trinket. Perfect positioning from Kasu, but he gets Dragon's Breath. Waz reconnects, massive damage. Tony's cheap shot behind the pillar, but big heal comes in from Relza. He committed his trinket though to save that. Now blind is available, and the go counter, this is the checkmate go. Waz has a full blind and bust is up. So at this point, if they shackle the Raptor pet so it can't use Roar of Sacrifice or just roar it or anything, any CC, fear it, they can definitely win the game here on Kasu at any moment.
I'm so afraid for Kasu. Kasu has been playing this really well, too. I mean, he's line of sighting Waz. Waz just cannot connect. Oh, Shadow Steps! No, the Shadow Step kidney shot on Kasu. He's in so much trouble. Can he hold on? He's got the Exhilaration, Feign Death, Exhilaration, Aegis. He trades, but
big
now
damage
Waz in some trouble. Yeah, they're trying to reverse the pressure here. It's going to be a dismantle, polymorph spam onto Kasu. Kasu really is doing a good job of his positioning, but somehow Waz is always connecting with the help of his team. Let's see if Kasu can survive another setup.
That was insane, but Waz is in a little bit of trouble right now. He has to be careful. Doesn't have the evasion right now. He has the feint active. He got to blind Tony there. Tony on his trinket gets blinded. Meh. Trying though to keep him alive, but he's in the trap. Man, has no trinket. He's just dead, and he does go down there. And this is the map doing a lot of work for MYWAY. I mean, you got to give it up to Kasu. He played an absolutely insane game here, but it's also a little bit of the map. Waz there right before this, we might catch it even on the replay. He shadow steps the Raptor and then he double steps. Like he uses the Raptor as like a ledge or something, you know? Yeah, like a grappling point. Yeah, he like grapples to the pet and then he grapples to Kasu. But the problem is they don't kill Kasu in that setup, and then Kasu just uses the Aegis and reverses the pressure. And meh, he doesn't have 2 steps. He can't just teleport across the map like that. And we're exactly going to see it here. So this time, Kasu's been in stealth the whole time. You get a trap onto meh. And I'm not sure actually when meh trinkets, but doesn't have it for that last CC chain. And this is look at what's here. He steps to the Raptor, and he uses the second Shadow Step there, and the speed from the Shadow Step to actually connect onto Kasu. You get a bunch of damage here, but sadly for Waz, he doesn't have a dance there. You get a restun, uses the Aegis, connects and survives. And then here, Tony doing a lot of counter pressure as a result. They get the Guardian from Waz because of that overextension. And just with that raw pressure that they're able to generate. And then here, I think Meh actually trinkets right in between here. So he trinkets, fades, heals Waz a bunch, and then he gets maimed on his trinket by Tony. Tony gets fully blinded, but then they all dogpile onto Waz. They get a fear, they get a trap. Riker tries to eat it, but it's not enough, and they manage to take him down. So just like that, Waz crossing the map like that, making the hero play. Sadly for him, doesn't have a restun, so they can't find the kill. Then MYWAY just turning it back around onto Waz. And Tony doing a great job there with the offense as well, with that name on Meh's trinket. And Meh doesn't have his Guardian because he had to use it when Waz overextended there with the double step. So a nice play to connect, but it kind of got punished. And that's all because of the map, I think.
I really like their defense in that game. Good rotations. I love re-stealthing against Rogue Mage. It's something even I'm doing now in my Balance Druid. If I don't have a trinket, I just run 80 yards away and re-stealth, and Kasu is doing the same. When he doesn't have a way to get out of a stun, he goes 80 yards away and re-stealth so that he can't be stunned. And then the Rogue Mage is left there like they're just taking damage from the Feral, and they don't want to send damage because they want to send it on the Hunter. So it's like the Feral is just 1v2ing the Rogue and the Mage and getting mana from the Priest, maybe getting cooldowns from the Priest. And the Rogue Mage has to reassess, like, we just send a go on a Priest? Because then if we do, Hunter's going to come out of stealth and blast us. So re-stealthing, if you have that option against Rogue Mage, is a really good tactic. It was a very important component for why MYWAY was able to win that last one. But on this map, it's smaller. If those Shadow Sight eyes spawn, they're going to be able to pick those up and quickly get to Kasu and pull him out of stealth. And he won't have that safety net to rely on. This is going to be their toughest map. But if they can somehow pull it off on Hook Point, I'm starting to get sold that they can win this matchup. Like, that game just looked like a good game. It wasn't like one of the grand final games last week where they just like one-shot someone who had every cooldown. Like, they just whittled down the cooldowns, got Waz into a good position, and finished him. So it's going to be a tough matchup, nonetheless, for MYWAY, but I think it's possible.
Yeah, I really like how MYWAY played it, but I think the small map is going to do a lot better for Kungana. And I think Kungana, they got to have a backup plan as well. I mean, you get in these situations where it's like, all right, Kasu's got no trinket, we've got all this damage, he's the kill target. But if he does that, he plays that where he's just re-stealthing, you got to just send a go on somebody else and like start developing cooldowns. They did do that one swap on Relza where it seemed like Waz wanted to go for the kidney shot for crowd control, and then he kind of realized a bit too late, oh, Kasu's literally in stealth, like I'm not going to be able to find him. Okay, let's just send some damage on Relza. But if that had just been like a clean, all right, Kasu's in stealth, we're going to go after Relza, like really, really committed, I think they could have probably got more cooldowns out of the way. Maybe the Guardian Spirit, maybe took down the Guardian Spirit. So just really, I think that's what I want to see from Kungana. Is if things aren't going to plan, switch it up. And that's something we normally see from them quite a bit. I think Kasu did a really good job in this game, though, making it confusing for them. He was the clear kill target, but with his kiting and maneuvering of the large map, it made it really difficult for them to actually do that. But Hook Point, much smaller map. I'm kind of wondering if Kasu's going to be able to get away with that once again.
Yeah, I think... For Raikou, a lot of the time in this match, he's just free. So I would want to see him try to save some of those hot streaks and just, no, okay. Kasu might go for the Feign Death camo play. I'm just going to have my Flame Strike ready. As soon as he does it, I'm going to Flame Strike him where he's stealthed. And that's that, you know. After that, you're going to have a big window now where you can't do that again and where you can set up those kills. So, and in general, last week, Raikou did a much better job, I would say, with the Sheeps. He got a lot of Sheeps on the Hunter in between the setups. They would go, stun the Hunter, get a bunch of cooldowns, and then immediately Sheep him. Instantly re-Sheep him, triple DR Sheep him, and then they would just be on top of him, you know? And then they would be able to launch that next setup. So most of the game, Kasu was just either stunned, Sheep, or dead. I want to see more of that from Raikou, more aggression, just being a lot more aware of where Kasu is, because I do think if he's a free casting mage, that should be a relatively easy thing for him to keep track of. Of course, on a really large map, Kasu can just run away, and he's not playing with Shimmer, and Kasu has a lot more, mobility to actually get away, on long range and get that stuff off. And in those situations, you can't really do anything. But I want to see Raikou, at least on the small map, really pay attention to where Kasu is and try to stop him from doing that, because that will allow them to get those setups a lot more cleanly. But now let's see it. Game number 3 is live between MYWAY and KUNGARNA. And of course, this is an upper bracket game. Let's see what they decide to do. Raikou in invisibility right now. Maybe moving in. Ooh, Waz gets scattered from stealth by Kasu. Kasu moving in for the trap. Can he find it onto Meh? Waz actually shadow steps over with the vanish after he gets pulled out there. So one vanish down for Waz, but one scatter down. And this is what we're talking about. Sheep onto Kasu. Raikou now moving in for the sheep onto Relza. Chastise onto Tony. Shackle on the pet. Combust gets sent. Kasu forced to Trinket Turtle. Perfect opener from KUNGARNA, already getting 2 3-minute cooldowns off the checklist.
I really don't think he was expecting Waz to vanish so suddenly, and that kind of just threw everything off for their opener here. And that first go got the biggest value. They're going to knock Raikou away from the poly. They're stunning up. They're setting up for a kill here. They're going to sheep Kasu while they're attacking him. They get the Guardian Spirit. They're going to sap off the kidney shot. Tony is not having a good time in this CC chain. Relza mind controlled as well, but Kasu should survive here. Cooldowns that have already been committed. Now they need to think about getting aggressive. This is where I want to see Raikou just polymorph Kasu. I should go for a shadowy duel. It's about the same as the polymorph, but a shadowy duel could have been a threat lethal later on. I don't know if it was entirely necessary. They haven't berserked or used true shot yet, and those are big cooldowns they can still pull out of their pocket here. Meh getting Cyclone. Waz has Holy Ward to try and immune any stun lock here from Tony. They managed to be trank shot off this Holy Ward or kite it out and avoid it. Waz is moving in with the sprint. Kidney shot connects. Relza in a fear. Mind games, massive damage. Tony's trying to turn it around. He trinkets and stuns Waz, holding him at bay for now, but ultimately will reconnect. Roar of Sacrifice comes out, but it's prior to the combustion. We saw the faces that Kasu is making when he uses that Roar of Sacrifice prior to combustion. And this could be it for Kasu. They're sending massive damage over onto Waz, trying to blast him, but he uses evasion, dodging every single attack that was thrown his way. Waz now pulls back behind the pillar, along with Meh, trying to avoid that freezing trap, avoid the cooldowns of the Hunter, line of sighting the true shot, playing it clean. They know they have the kill here with the combustion. When are they going to go for it? Waz gets stunned up again. Triple crowd control engaged by MYWAY. Can they steal it away from KUNGARNA here? Waz line of sighting once again. Meh is struggling to heal the damage. This is pop out a Guardian Spirit, seemingly out of nothing. Relza pre-Holy Wards the incoming stun, pre-fades the follow-up stun afterwards. Relza made an insane play there to avoid Waz's stun lock, but Waz is still on top of him, but he won a Shadow Dance. They grip Waz back to Kasu behind the pillar. Kidney shot combust, no Roar of Sacrifice, and that is it.
That's sick.
Lights out. KUNGARNA move to match point.
Oh, I mean, you were so sad. That was such a that was a huge 3v1 there on Kasu. He got caught behind the pillar. Really, not too much he can do in that situation. A beautiful grip. KUNGARNA, they're so scary on this RMP. I mean, they really are the team to beat right now. MYWAY seems to be the only one that can put up kind of a decent fight, but still, on that large map, like I said, when we were previewing this matchup, it really feels like for MYWAY, they have to have some really crazy plays in order to pull off a win. But KUNGARNA, with their setups, they're just so consistent here. Kasu, no every man for himself in this situation. I already traded out the turtle. Roar Sacrifice isn't available for another 42 seconds, but I don't think they actually take him down for a little bit right now. Well, this is kind of the nightmare that Kasu's in. If he is not, if he's not in a stun with the threat of dying, he's just getting polymorph spam. Raiku's just controlling him up. Polymorph, polymorph, polymorph. Finally, they do a big go here onto Waz, but Waz with a pre-feint on the stun is able to hold on to his cooldowns. If he did not pre-feint there, would have had to trade out his medallion. You can see Kasu right now out of line of sight, just trying to hide behind the pillar. Let's see exactly how they kind of swarm him. It's the Chastise. Waz goes for, I believe, does he even get the stun on Relza? No, he doesn't. Just the kidney shot. They get no crowd control. If Mez there is kind of like a guardian with the fear, but the Chastise grip on Waz, what a nightmare for Kasu.
Meh is so good. Like Relza, he's like avoiding the CC perfectly. He's lining everyone. And Meh just realized, he's like, wait, Hunter is just lining his whole team. I could just chastise him right here and get out. And the Wreck is like, oh yeah, you can. I'll just sheep him to give Waz more time. They're like, Waz, come over here, bro. And then they just grip him over and just delete him. So that's all Meh, to be honest, setting that up. And you could tell by who kind of initiates the play, like whose idea it was, and that was just meh setting that up. Wait, we don't need CC. We have no combust. We could just kill him.
I want to imagine what Waz's comms were when Relza pre-fades his stun, pre-Holy Wards his stun. Like, Waz is pretty committed to stunning Relza at the end of the game. I wonder, like, is he getting tilted at that point or something? Because Meh was like, what are you doing over there with the priest? Like, come over here and end the game. Like, grips him over and he's dead kidneys. Like, Waz is just, like, fooling around with Relza, just immuning all of his stuns. And then he didn't even have a dance. Like, Relza stalled his whole shadow dance with the pre-ward and the pre-fade. So MYWAY are probably thinking like, oh my god, we're gonna win. His whole dance is gone. Like, there's no chance. I'm behind the pillar. This is easy. Like, we can kill them after this. Drip, kidney, dead. 3 seconds away from the roar too. Roar sacrifice is coming up. Oh my god. But that's the worst case scenario. So they won't have to worry about a hook point. I'm trying to think if there's another map that would be just as bad. Valorant maybe. Might be just as bad. I don't know. I don't think it gets any worse than that. So in game 5, assuming they win this here on Empyrean Domain, I think MYWAY still have a shot here against them.
I actually don't like Empyrean Domain. And the reason is, like, sometimes I feel like these maps, it doesn't really matter. Like, the map size is obviously nice, but I feel like what matters more, and the reason why they actually survived on Tolvaron, is because the pillars are big. Like, there was times where Waz is on the same pillar, and Cass was able to line of sight him because there's such a large radius around the pillar. It's easy to avoid him, but on these small pillars, it's not going to be that easy. Like, there's going to be times where Casu goes in, he's going to get Dragon's Breath when he's on the pillar, or Waz is going to be able to catch him much easier. So I wonder if the big map is going to be enough here for MYWAY, because I do fear for Casu, and I don't think this map's going to be nearly as effective as what we saw on Tolvaron.
Yeah, definitely. It's about the size of the pillar, not the size of the map. And for MYWAY, let's see what they lock in. So far, I think we're going to see another MM probably, but they were trying out the Tank Hunter, and they were trying out, BM Hunter as well. So maybe we'll see a change there, but probably not. It will be the same lock-in for MYWAY. And I kind of agree with you, Van. I think Empyrean Domain is a nice map. Like, as a mage, one of the best maps to get sheeps on is Empyrean Domain because of exactly that. The pillars are super small. It's kind of easy to get to your target. Sure, there's a lot of room to move around, which is really nice for Casu. But I feel like there's also a lot of pressure, like a lot of extra pressure from having those small pillars and having the ability to kind of just corner Relza and get on top of him and get those CC chains for Meh and for Raikou. So there's definitely upsides and downsides. Either way, MYWAY, they're going to need to pull it off here because they lose this. It will be going down to the lower bracket, and KUNGARNA, this will be their their third cup potentially that they will be on track to winning out of 4. So far having a very, very good season, I would say. And Chaz, we haven't even seen Chaz yet as well, so must be nice for Chaz.
Waz was talking so much praise about his Warlock on his stream, and I'm totally not being sarcastic right now. He was
about
really
Chaz's
talking.
Warlock?
I'm being sarcastic.
What?
He was talking about Chaz on Warlock and this, like, mocking him playing a Warlock the other day on his stream. So I don't know what their plan is for Chaz unless they play some other compositions. Like, the only other thing I could think is if they were ever struggling with something that Rogue Mage could beat, they bring Chaz in on a Shaman, and then Raikou and Waz flex to some other classes. But right now it seems
they
like
played DH Boomy, Sid.
Yeah, I know. I want to see it in a matchup where it's not
watch it on
horrific to watch it. Like,
What matchup do you think DH Boomy would beat better than RMP right now?
I don't know if it's better than RMP, but I feel like I wouldn't mind seeing it into one of these Mage Lock teams. Even MM Jungle, I think it wouldn't be bad. But you don't need to. So
Yeah.
like, it's one of those things like, why
RMP.
play your alts if you don't need to? We could just play what our mains for the last like 15 years. There's no reason to play it, so they likely won't. But they could in the future. We got a little tweet here. I'm trying to feed her as much as possible so that my Pharaoh will be ready for RMP tomorrow on the AWC. Tony's Feral IRL. Just leveling up right now, getting that item level.
Getting a little bit of XP right there.
Yeah.
What is he feeding it?
I don't know.
I
what
have
that
no
is.
idea. Something.
It looks good. Oh,
Wait, did you say it
that
looks
sounds
good?
good. Yeah.
Oh my God.
How about that?
What? Based off of the cat's reaction, it looks like he's enjoying it.
I
Or
mean,
she.
if he wins here, I mean, that might have been the magic formula. Maybe all the competitors need to start, fueling up on that if it's going to get them the wins.
Yeah, get your meaty goo tube from Tony.
Okay, well, Kungana just one away from closing it out. MYWAY, they're going to be going to a large map here on Empyrean Domain. Our question is, are these pillars going to be enough for Casu to actually be able to escape and get out of line of sight? Let's see how Kungana decides to open. Big aim shot, actually. Looks like they are going to open up on Matt, changing up the strategy, but Waz is there with an immediate dismantle. Matt is able to basically hold on to every single one of his defensive cooldowns. You see Casu and Relza already behind the pillar. Met is pushing in, gets scattered. They're trying to create distance to get a trap onto Waz, who actually eats it. So great job there. Raikou just preemptively polymorphing Casu, trying to knock off his shields. Can they get CC? Nice job by Relza crossing the map. They still haven't committed the CC, and Casu is just so far away. Waz cannot get to his target.
Looks like they're going to go after Tony here instead. Tony immediately using that trinket because of that mind games connecting. And so far, actually another swap here onto Relza. This could be the combustion as well, being popped. Big damage coming in. Restun onto Relza. He will proc Guardian. I'm pretty sure that Guardian will be on a 3-minute cooldown. And now, with the full blind available as well, they just need to blind Relza, get his trinket, and then they have a checkmate situation. They sap Tony. You get a resap there onto Tony as well. Guardian is indeed on a 3-minute cooldown. Waz, with the Shadow Dance coming up shortly here, needs to spend a little bit of combo points. There's the blind. He has a kidney shot, but Tony is very fast on that Feral Druid right now, avoiding a bad situation. Waz does get the Shadow Dance, gets the sap. They're swapping over to Casu. Pre-Aegis coming out from Casu into a restun. Tony trying to shift out here to get some heals. And another sheep coming out there onto Relza. It looks like with just the Aegis, they will survive what could be a very deadly situation. RMP were definitely fishing for Relza's trinket right there. However, Relza not having to use it because of that bash actually from Tony. Tony bashing up Waz on the blind is what allows him to get that distance. So really, really nice play by Tony. Meaty Goo Tube is definitely working out.
Waz Shadow stepping in, trying to reconnect to Casu. Casu using the map masterfully, avoiding Waz and his reconnect. He has to make big commitments. Shadow stepping to stun the healer, and then trying to get in range to Shadow step the hunter, and Casu avoids them. Tony re-stealths, and they're just trying to avoid the rogue mage here. But offensively, MYWAY are really not getting too far ahead unless their plan is to win on mana. They'll have to survive a very long time if that's their main plan. They're going for the kill here. No trinket for 1 second. Relza in position to fear the trinket. Gets the fear after the trap. Waz pops evasion. It's going to get rooted up on evasion. Now they need to avoid Waz. Can't kill him through that defensive cooldown, so rooting him and holding him back will be a good move. But now Casu is left behind. Waz Shadow Step stuns him. He gets rooted by Binding Shot and gripped away. Clutch play from MYWAY once again in the defensive position, avoiding another kidney shot. They're going to stun up Waz in midfield, try and blast him down with the rapid fire. He's running to the pillar while Met is chastised into a freezing trap. Can they finish Waz here? Tony's getting massive ferocious bites. All of that kitty food is definitely paying off. Big damage onto Waz. We can see MYWAY chipping away at the defense of Kungana, and it's mostly their defense. If they can just stay alive like this, they're eventually going to have the win, I think.
Well, let's see if they can. Right now, Waz crossing the map. See if he can actually find his target once again. Space has been very nice. Casu getting caught into a kidney shot, but the damage just isn't there yet. Do they have the follow-ups? The DR cheap shot comes in. Casu gets the feigned death. Weren't able to really connect any damage. Well, they still get the aspect of the turtle. Cass is going to be very sad about that one. Tony Farrell's camera right now. This is live action gameplay right now. Waz right now still has his trinket, still has his feint, but he's in trouble. Big damage. Can they get the crowd control on Matt? MYWAY actually has a clear mana advantage, so if they can keep surviving, they might be able to actually pull this out on mana. Their overall damage seems to be higher. Double Dragon's Breath comes in. Polymorph on Relza. Casu in so much trouble. Maim stun coming in. Do they have the follow-ups? They do get the cheap shot. Casu gets the exhilaration, though. The gaps in the stun are what are keeping Casu alive. And MYWAY, they hold on. Another setup.
Beautiful stuff here. And you could tell Tony has been powering up throughout the match here, but can't Now in a kidney shot, pre-bear form coming out there. He's not going to be the target. Caster with a pre-scatter shot onto Waz, and that's, you got to stop the rogue. But Raikou clotheslines him with a Dragon's Breath, and that's going to be every man for himself. And of course, the Hunter Vanish coming out, but he does get pulled out this time around. Beautifully done there by Raikou. Relza still in the DR fear, but turning things around onto Waz. Waz gets gripped. Meh tells him to get out of there. Now they've done their go. They've got the trinket, and now it is time for them to run. And Raikou, of course, being kind of the tank mage in the back line, just gets to stay here and hang out. No one's really targeting him, and he's going to have an easy time here, just rebuilding that combustion. Every fireball brings him closer and closer to that big pop, and he's actually doing a lot of damage here with those sheeps as well. They actually kind of wasted his sheep DR there. They're not going to be able to go after Cassius. Instead, they're going to have to go for Tony potentially. Raikou still powering up with fireballs. May come for the mind control. There's a kidney shot, and they take him down in just a kidney shot as the CC. That's all they have to work with. It doesn't look like it. They will pull the Guardian Spirit though from Relza right there. So a small victory, but definitely not what. I guess they got the Roar of Sacrifice as well. Actually, pretty big victory when you think about it. Big defensive overlap, but Raikou's gonna have a big hit with that combustion. Waz taking a lot of damage, gets the Guardian from Meh there as well. Should be able to survive. Dragon's Breath coming out on Relza into full sheep. Casu needs to vanish here. Raikou gets roared, and Casu will vanish with that roar. Beautiful play right there from Casu.
Got the shadow sight.
That will shut down. They have to go for Relza. They have to go for Relza here, and they will kidney shot him. No, Casu gets baited out by that kidney shot, and here comes the combustion. Big hits of damage. That's got to be the trinket. Nope, that will just be the game. Nice bait there. Actually baiting Casu so hard.
Meh picks up the shadow sight every time, and Casu was too close. You'll see it in the replay.
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
He didn't come out of stealth.
Meh
Meh pulls him out of stealth with shadow sight. He wasn't going to come out of stealth.
He doesn't have to move in. He doesn't have to move into the rogue though, into step range.
I don't.
Like, Meh didn't stun him.
If you watch Meh's point of view there, I don't think Casu got baited. I think he wasn't expecting it, if anything, because he was so far away from it. And also, I mean, it was checkmate on 2 targets at the end of the game, I think, in the replay here, but he didn't voluntarily get near that, I don't think. They weren't committed to anybody. He was like really. Meh uses Door of Shadows to get in range of Casu at the end of the game, and I think this is much further ahead of that in the replay. This is when Waz almost gets blasted through Cloak, and then turns it around with Stunlock here. They get Roar before Combust. It seems like every time they get Roar before Combust, it's like game over next stun, like 100% of the time. That seemed to be the biggest problem for him. And then like Casu gets like this hero play. Tony and Casu later on are able to both run away and get away from the fight. Like Relza still has a trinket, so he's going to be in a really good spot to survive. He can use actually getting Guardian Spirit here. Did Relza pre-Guardian Spirit? Is that what that was? If I'm trying to look at this, why did he use Guardian Spirit here? Right here, Casu gets a full flesh. He feigned camos. Tony's behind the pillar. They can't go anyone. And Meh picks up the Shadow Side Eye right there, and Door Shadows in the midfield and gets Casu. And as soon as he gets him, Waz just immediately opens and can get to him.
Yeah, but why is Casu still in range of Shadow Step? That's my question. Because Meh didn't stun him. He can just stay. He can just stay on the other side of the map.
I don't know if he again. It's
because
like one of those,
he
it's
got
like
baited.
being aware
He
of
thought
the
they were going
shadows
on
that
his
getting
priest.
picked up. I feel like it's probably what it was.
Yeah, you can see, you can literally see the priest walk over to the shadow side, and all you have to do is just line. But he walks in 100% because his priest is getting deleted, man. His priest is in a kidney. He has no roar. Like he knows if they just press combust. There's no guardian as well. I think he got a little bit tricked there. I think that's fair because it's a kidney shot, you know, being committed. Or it's a big mistake because he doesn't have to be there. Like, there's no reason for him to be that close. They picked the big map for him.
Still gonna try the meat goo, Zico, after that one?
I mean, it didn't help them win, so maybe not. But then again, Tony did play a sick game. That roar that he did to help Casu get that vanish off was really nice.
Mm. Yeah.
Maybe it was powered by the meat goo too.
Super talented that he can like eat some meat goo while also playing at that level at the same time. It's a lot of commitment right there.
He's a feral. It requires one hand. It's fine.
Whoa. Okay, well, you know, MYWAY, they're not quite out of it yet. They are going to be knocked down to that lower bracket. They're going to play Delirium later on today. You know, obviously that was going to be a tough matchup to them from the beginning. They did get one game off. I was talking with Chaz before we went into that game, and he says that they were a little bit worried, you know, heading into that. They weren't quite sure how Holy Priest was going to do, but they had some backup plans just in case it wasn't quite the same sort of build, the same, as good as MyWay as they were last weekend against them. And then after they won that first game, he sent me like a little Ronaldinho gif of victory dance after that. He's like, I think we're still good. So yeah, well done to them. KUNGARNA moving on once again. We're going to see them continue on in the upper bracket, yet to drop a single game. And the next one that we've got coming up here is another upper bracket. It's going to be SK Pieces versus Looking for Org. Two teams that are also doing very, very well. They are, pretty solidly in that top 8. They still are. So we're going to see these guys in the circuit. So at this point, it's kind of just like practice games, for these teams that are gonna be in the circuit. So excited to see what we see from these two guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be SK Pieces versus Looking for Org. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the upper bracket once again. We just saw MYWAY get knocked down to the lower bracket by KUNGARNA, and now it's going to be SK Pieces facing off against LF Org. And how, in your mind, Zico, are these two teams doing? What do you want to see from them?
I want to see top tier gameplay, which I think we will get, because these two are two of the best teams in Europe. Once again, they're going to be finding themselves going head to head, and it's hard to say. I think I want to see both teams play Mage Lock. If I had to guess, I think SK Pieces will be confident enough to play Mage Lock. LF Org's comp pick, a little bit harder to predict. They could go with a lot of things. Honestly, both of these teams play very similar things, man.
You know what I think is actually not bad is Destro Elemental. I think Elemental Shaman with their 4-set, there's certain builds you can run that are actually really strong. So both of them have that option available. Actually, more so SK Pieces has that option. I feel like I would love to see Mercy and Zeepai play the Elemental Shaman with the Destruction Warlock. It's a huge hit of damage. The Ellie Shaman is very disruptive in the match and could be a decent answer into Mage Lock.
Yeah, I agree. I think Destro Ellie in general, it's because we're both mages. We know how annoying it is to play against. Like, it's annoying to play against Destro because he can just shut you down, and it's annoying to play against an Ellie. It absolutely is. But we are going to see the Mage Lock here from SK Pieces, just as predicted, and it will be the Warrior Mage coming out from LF Org. So I would give this one to SK Pieces, but anything is possible. Take it away, Sid.
A Warrior into Mage Lock? A Warrior into a Frost Mage? I mean, at least he'll have the Necro banner to kind of immune the slows when he wants to make a push here. But I feel like this Warrior is just going to be an easy target for Mage Lock if he isn't able to get uptime. Like, how are they going to deal with the Deathborn? How are they going to deal with the Dark Souls? Blizzard just going to retreat? Right now, they're committed pretty offensively here on the Morrow. Morrow's going to gate. They leap right in after him, trying to get aggressive and stay on his heels. But now he's intercepted. Infernal's called in. Massive damage being lined up by Mercy in midfield. Lone Tar down to half as well. Guardian Spirit, but Morrow has to block. Surprisingly, the offense is looking good from the Fury Warrior. Blizzo can continue to ride this momentum, keep Morrow on the back foot, keep preventing that Deathborn activation. You could definitely pull it up. Oh, immediately getting pulled. Oh my God! Whoa, that's what I thought. I was like, when is that going to happen? I was waiting the whole game, just like, this Warrior should be dead. Like, I don't understand. When is it going to happen? Okay, there it is. Now we see Blizzo coming back to the pillar. But if they can survive the Deathborn successfully, their pressure on the Frost Mage was decent. Like, enough that they could win this, so long as they can avoid these cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It could be hard for Morrow to actually get away and kite. And it might be difficult for them to actually pressure Tessia as well, especially if he's getting crowd control on Mercy. So it's going to be all about shutting down Mercy in the match and allowing Blizzard to have uptime on Morrow. Once Deathborn and Icy Veins fades, Icy Veins already has, Blizzard still has to be very careful of the double Chaos Bolts from Mercy. Dark Soul is going to be coming up in about a minute and a half. It's still a very threatening moment in the match. Once you kind of weather that storm, I feel like this is where they need to go after Morrow. Blizzard's immediately going to charge in, and this is where LF4 wants to get aggressive. Mercy is going to try to counter pressure, but he actually gets feared. Nice. Spell Seal on that Nether Ward there by Tessia, and Morrow on the back foot. Only one ice block remains. Stun on Asgrath. Can they get the second ice block? This is a Guardian Spirit. Morrow trying to do what he can. Flushcraft does get channeled out. Beautiful fear there by Asgrath as well. That's his trinket. That should be enough for Morrow to survive. Now Tessia just going to get blasted at this pillar, but now line of sighting Mercy should be fine. Blizz will continue the pain train here on tomorrow. Swap over onto Lone Tar, and if you can force the Priest across the map, you get a Chastise down, and Mercy can get a double Chaos Bolt with this 4-set. That's going to be an opportunity for them to just win this game. They don't have to go after Blizzo. They can also really pressure Lone Tar.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that right now, though. The pressure is really strong here from LF Org. Morrow able to get a little Deathborn proc here, going after the Mage. They're gonna, it looks like they're swapping strategy. They're going after the Mage more and CCing the Warrior. I actually kind of like that, but now, once again, they're gonna be going after Blizzo. One bolt connects. Here's the Recklessness, big damage coming out from Blizzo. Morrow, how is he going to respond here? Uses the Trinket, the Aegis. Should be enough defense for now, but Blizzo! Almost getting blasted right there. Tessia as well. This is the problem when you leave Mercy free. You can definitely just KO somebody. That was so close, but they do get that second ice block, which is huge. Morrow now going to have 2-minute cooldown on that cold snap. Ascrap with no trinket. They might be able to actually push through here and take him down. Doesn't look like Mercy has a lot of counter pressure available as well. This is an excellent opportunity for LF Org to keep pushing to try to find the win.
Yep, definitely 2 blocks down. Asgrath, no trinket. Let's see if they can get the crowd control and win the game here. Lone Tar pulling Blizzo back to the pillar, resetting some of those cooldowns with that Symbols of Hope, trying to get some mana back. Asgrath is drinking. They need to punish this drink. They need to get aggressive here, but the Infernals have him pinned down. Massive damage incoming. Can they make the push while under this much fire? Blizzo is going for it. No blocks left from Morrow. Any CC on Asgrath could close the game out here. If they can find a polymorph from Tessia. Not finding it right now, but Blizzo's popping that Conqueror's banner. Massive damage in return from Morrow as well with that Deathborn Icy Veins. They're disrespecting the Icy Veins. Massive damage. Blizzo has to leap out and evacuate that situation. They need to line of sight this Deathborn. Even though it was looking good offensively for them, they cannot trade 1-for-1. I think Deathborn is probably the most powerful cooldown in the game if you're just going to trade damage for damage. pound for pound. So they immediately are able to get out of that situation, avoid it. They just have to be patient, wait for the next opportunity to push at Morrow.
Yeah, the big problem here for Lontar is it's not going to be easy for him to drink. Morrow has that ice block coming up in 40 seconds. There's a window right now where they could potentially take Morrow down, but Deathborn's still active. There's such a long cooldown. It lasts for such a long duration. Sometimes they actually have to push into it, and he has no icy veins, so as long as they can keep the pressure up, I don't think Morrow's going to be able to just sit there and throw out damage, and they could actually win that exchange as well. Blizzo on Morrow all over with that heroic leap, but Morrow just has 15 seconds left on that ice block. Doing a good job kiting so far. Asgaroth has a massive mana lead, which can be a win condition here for SK Pieces as well. If they can just hold on in terms of mana, it's going to be really difficult for Lontar to actually ever escape and drink. Blizzo still connected to his target. Mercy trying to get some counter pressure here. One Chaos Bolt going to get reflected. Nice reflect there by Blizzo, allowing him to stay aggressive. Big Chaos Bolts coming in from Mercy, though. This is the Dark Soul. Does get shut down. Decimating Bolt. Good control from Tessia. His job in this match is to really try to slow down Mercy with Polymorphs, with Dragon's Breath, with counter spells. If he's able to just throw out Chaos Bolts, Blizzo's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and he's still in a lot of trouble. Mercy trying to connect here with the Incinerates. Big damage coming out from the Infernal. Chaos Bolt coming out as well. Blizzo taking huge damage, but also just trying to stay on target. Ice Block is available for Morrow. That was the Icy Base. Blizzo just taking huge fire right now. We don't have a counter spell here, though, for Lontar. It looks like we will be able to get a couple of heals. No, Mercy has the counter spell. Lands it onto Lontar in the back line, and they take that wizard positioning of one wizard on each side of the map. Frozen Orb coming out. Looks like they want to swap to Lontar here. They stun him up, and Asgard just in the back line throwing out damage, throwing out stuns with his team. Blizzo tries to charge out, but needs to heal a little bit still, and he will fall back to that pillar. And like you said, Lontar, he can't drink in this matchup, whereas Asgaroth has basically free reign right now. Estimating bolts coming out, big damage onto Blizzo potentially here. He's trying to make his way over onto Morrow. Morrow has Deathborn in 28 seconds. I think that next Deathborn potentially secures the win here. They need to try to get an Ice Bolt off of Morrow now, and they do it. He gates the Storm Bolt, they reconnect, he gets gripped back. Nicely done by Asgaroth. Lontar pushing in here for the crowd control. Can he find the fear? It doesn't look like it actually. And Morrow will get that Guardian, use that alter time as well. And he kites Blizzo out in the open field, so Mercy can just go absolutely berserk on him here on that Warlock. Chaos Bolt's coming in. Big damage connect. Another one. And of course the Cataclysms and the Infernals as well. Doing a lot of work here. And they got a full Ring of Frost onto Asgaroth. Morrow uses the Aegis. Is it going to be enough? Uses his trinket. There's the Deathborn. This is the timer. I don't know how Blizzo is going to survive this one, Sid.
Yeah, he's trying to get aggressive. Is he going to regret this, though? We're into dampening now. He might not be able to recover if they're able to blast him back. He charges forward bravely into Morrow, or is it blindly into Morrow's clutches? Oh my goodness. There's no way. Morrow's going to safety block towards the end here, make sure Tessia doesn't take him out, and secure the first point. Offensively, the Warrior was getting a lot more pressure than I expected. Blizzo came into this with a build that we don't see very often. He was running the Leaper Legendary to get two additional charges of Heroic Leap. So by getting those extra mobility cooldowns, because one of the main tools and reasons this combo is so powerful, the Holy Priest, is the Life Grip is such a low cooldown with Conduits. You can just grip the target away from the fight so frequently that the Warrior has no hope of ever connecting. But putting that Leaper Legendary on allowed Blizzo to get uptime in situations that in the past he wasn't able to find. And I think that's the reason they started off with the Fury Warrior. They wanted to try this hyper mobility build. It's just during those cooldowns, the Warrior is such a liability. I think Blizzo is confident in that position because he had Enraged Regen. I'm not even sure if he had time to press it because he got that double Chaos Bolt. That's the combo you got to be looking out for from these Destruction Warlocks, is when they've stacked up their set bonus. I think it's to around 8 or 9 stacks. It means when they complete the 10 off that cast of a Chaos Bolt, they'll get another one free and instant and stuns you. So it'll be this double kick KO that just takes you out. And I think that's what does ultimately kill Blizzo. I like what they do here. They stun off Morrow's Resolve, and then that allows Chastise to come in from Lontar. So getting through that Echoing Resolve and playing around that Echoing Resolve can be really challenging, but they did a decent job of it. And it's right here. Blizzo's thinking like, I have Spell Reflect. We're out of mana. I have Enrage Regen. I need to be aggressive right now. I'm going to go for it. And Mercy's like, oh, are you?
Oh,
boom. Double Chaos Bolt. And if you're in melee range, that Chaos Bolt has no travel time. Like, you just die instantly if you're in melee range of the double tap Chaos Bolt.
That was actually the Enraged Regen as well. He actually got it off too. He just got deleted.
Yeah. Destro Warlock, like this is the scariest thing. First of all, I have a few comments about this matchup. First of all, Tessio was actually in my stream the other day, and he linked me a clip of him playing this matchup in reverse and winning. So they were playing Mage Lock Priest and actually beating the Warrior Mage of Morrow. So I wonder if this came down to just SK Pieces winning the blind pick, if that's the way this matchup has been going. And secondly, Destruction Warlocks, I mean, as a Mage Lock player, having a Destruction Warlock on your team feels so good. If you can just survive, you just really have to focus on surviving as the Frost Mage, and eventually the double Chaos Bolt one tap is it's crazy. It's some of the highest burst in the game right now, and it can be really unexpected as well. If you're not tracking that buff stacker for the Warlock, once he gets up to the 9 stacks, like you said, Sid, that's when the game's going to get really scary, especially if he does still have, I think that was like the last 1 or 2 seconds on his Dark Soul, so that kind of Hail Mary. I feel like we're going to see Mage Lock mirrors. I really do. Or
Ellie Lock.
Warrior
What?
Death Knight. Warrior DK. On a small map, I think it could actually work out really well.
What about Turbo on a small map? Swapsy enhance.
I don't like Turbo.
I think Turbo is bad. Like, I swear, every time you see Turbo play, they just lose.
Turbo.
It's only good against maybe Moonkins or something.
Turbo's definitely not
Everything's
bad.
good against Moonkin. Stop
Exactly.
hitting the chicken while it's down, okay?
I don't think Turbo's bad. I think Turbo's actually can win, but with how strong Destro is, I'm not sure of it anymore. I think it's dicey. Like, you can live a long time. Enhancement Shamans have crazy healing right now. Really frequent chain harvest. You can really assist in staying alive. If you play really aggressive, you can definitely punish. But I think it's not. I feel like it's kind of like, a shaman.
Mage Lock.
They're playing with a shaman.
I like it.
I don't know if I actually like shaman, to be honest with you. Like, in the past, you would think a shaman. Okay, so this is my analysis of this match. In the past, you would really like having a shaman on your team, right? They have grounding totem, fantastic. They have a wind shear, the ranged interrupt, beautiful. You're chilling. You got the Sky Fury totem. You could do some big damage. Things are looking good. But right now, shaman, let's just face it, we haven't seen a lot of shaman, and the reason why is their healing is not very good. Like, their healing compared to like a holy priest or holy paladin is really, really low. So I feel like for LF4 to win this one, they picked this as a counter pick. So what they're going to have to do, I think, is play really aggressive in the matchup, try to keep them on the back foot. But if they ever find themselves in a situation where they're kind of pinned behind the pillar, I think it's actually going to be really difficult for the shaman team. And I might be wrong because I actually haven't seen this matchup play out, but I just feel like when I play into shamans, because of resolve, like, you don't really get that much value from the extra wind shear. It's just like, it's kind of inconsequential compared to like the range stun you get from the holy priest and more throughput as well.
It's a risk, but they're experimenting too, right? This might just be them trying comps to see, because this is like their best. This is their best case scenario to get practice for the circuit. Like, use this cup to figure out if there's a new matchup that they could use. Like, Lontar's been playing shaman forever. Like, he's probably one of the best shamans in the game, if not the best shaman in EU right now. So getting him on his main, and if that works for them as an option, is good information, good data points to get before getting into the circuit when you're trying to qualify into the top 4. So I think trying your wildest comps in this week when you know you got your spot locked in is actually the best use of your time, if you know it's a matchup that you're struggling with.
100% agree. I think for Lontar, it's exactly what you said. Yeah, Holy Priest is probably better in the matchup, but if you can get Lontar on his main and he can, play that comfort, I think it could be good. With that said, though, I think Holy Priest is just too good right now to pass up on.
Yeah.
So I think it's nice that he wants to play his main, but I just,
this is,
like, you gotta really make good use of like everything that a shaman has to not fall behind. I feel like having grounding totem, I think, is huge in the matchup. You can ground, double chaos bolts, you can ground CC. It's such a solid defense grounding totem. And obviously wind shear is like okay as well, but I think the fact that you're going to be behind on healing pretty much always just doesn't allow you to stay in the open and turret against the other two casters, and that leads to you being stacked up behind the pillar, which I don't think the shaman is going to be very good at either. So I would probably give this one to SK Pieces, but I like that LF4 is willing to try it at least.
Yeah, this is Lontar right now playing the Shaman. Shamans all around the world. You know, I'm sure Sidu's watching the game, Absturd, you know, all these shamans that have kind of abandoned their class to play a Holy Priest. This is Lontar's opportunity to prove them wrong and say, you know what? Shaman can work in a Holy Priest meta. And this MLS is really, really strong, typically into casters, but we just haven't seen it. Let's see what Lontar can get done. And we're in for a treat with this Mage Lockmere. It's going to be an explosive match.
All right, let's see it. Wind shear already being secured here onto Mercy. And falling behind on healing onto Swapsy already, just from a few frost balls from Morrow. He will pick him back up. Gateway being summoned here. And Chaos Bolt coming out from Mercy. A reflex from Swapsy. And Mercy will get spell locked there as well. So a lot of pressure actually coming out from the Mage Lock right now. And it's going to be Morrow and Mercy going back to the pillar here. And Morrow with his Icy Veins active, with his Deathborn active, doing tons of damage. This is Lontar immediately trading out his Astral Shift and his Ascendance here. So trading a 3-minute cooldown there from the side of Lontar, but I think it's more than fair considering all the offense coming up from SK Pieces. However, I would still put SK Pieces slightly in the lead right now.
We got a wizard war on our hands right now as the spellcasters launch at each other here, back and forth. Who is going to get ahead in this race? It looks like Swapsy had to make some big trades early on with that Unending Resolve, so likely it is LF Org on the back foot. The only advantage the Shaman brings is mana. I think the Shaman will out mana. Nice Icefall here from Tessia, taking Asgarath and Morrow out of the game for a moment, blasting down Mercy with that double Chaos Bolt combo. But it looks like the Echoing Resolve of Mercy actually ate the Infernal Stun for him. Now he's going to try and turn it around. Swapsy launching out Chaos Bolts. Melee range Wizards. I've not seen this. Swapsy is not getting the better hand of that one. Lontar immediately Trinket links him at 10% health in that moment. And if they both just stand on top of each other, man, oh my goodness, this looks like a box of fireworks that like this is going to go off at any moment.
Yeah, this is insane right now. Swapsy caught into a Mortal Coil. Can they find the damage to actually take them down? Lontar's in a fear. Swapsy trying to hold on. But this is Dark Pact, and will be enough with the Fleshcraft to survive. Morrow gets a full sheep onto Lontar. But it looks like Tessie and Swapsy are in a position where they could survive. The next really scary moment of the match is going to be those Icy Veins rotating back up. Morrow has his available. He's going to pull the trigger on it. He can get Frostbolts out. It's going to be a Nightmare Beautiful counterspell on Morrow. Slows down his damage. Asgard there to back Morrow up if he needs it, but it's just kind of Mercy in the face of LF Org. Blizzards raining down, Infernals raining down, and Morrow really not able to get too much done with this Icy Veins. Good control coming in from Tessia. He gets the counterspell. They get out of line of sight. Now finally Morrow's going to be able to get some work here with these Frostbolts. Tessia with a preemptive alter time. Now going to try to get some damage here onto Mercy, but both teams are looking relatively healthy. I would say Swapsy has been the target that's been most in trouble so far in the match. Tessia has Veins and Deathborn rotating back up, and I think LF Org has a ton of damage available very soon. And SK Pieces, this is going to be a really scary spot for them.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can get one sheep
nice
here
Ice Wall.
Oh, Mercy taking huge damage here. Ice Wall will break. And now Morrow with the counter Ice Wall coming out here. Mercy will resummon his pet there behind the pillar and replace his gateway. Swapsy looking for the fear, not able to find it. And Shaman is starting to add in some damage. Here comes the Lava Burst onto Morrow. Some Purges coming out as well here. Lontar's mana not looking too good, but we've seen Shamans with 0 mana keep their teams alive. So not too worried about Lontar because he doesn't actually spend that much mana as well. And I think it's going to be okay for him in that regard. And now he does have his Trinket back up as well. And this is Morrow's Deathborn active right now. So if they don't get anything big with this one, I would actually say that LF Org are not looking in a bad place right now. Swapsy will use that actually will receive a big shield right there and should be completely A-okay from that swap. Looking for some damage, but he is dropping to about half HP. Lontar picks him back up. Morrow stuck in Fierce. Asgard handling that Symbols of Hope in the backline. Big damage onto Swapsy. He might have to trade something, and he's not feeling too confident here. He will use the Aegis Trinket right there and use his Demonic Circle to get out of that one. Lontar in the backline as well with that Ascendance. We'll keep him back. We'll keep him popped up here, but still a lot of pressure there at the end of that Deathborn from Morrow. And now when it fades, Tessia won't have his for a while as well. So it's going to be anybody's game still. See who can get the openings. Ice Wall coming out. They're going after Mercy. some hits onto Mercy, but he will just teleport behind the pillar. Skyfear Totem drops, and now Elaforg looks to get aggressive.
Yeah, Mercy getting blasted at the moment. Ray of Hope comes in from Askarath. Can they make it a negative Ray of Hope here? No, back to full HP. Swapsy gonna portal behind the pillar, trying to bait Mercy in, but now they've got them cornered. They can AoE 3 targets. This is a decent position to be as SK Pieces in game number 2. Lone Tar getting blasted down. He looks to be the target. He's gonna pop Fleshcraft, try and soak some of the hits here behind the pillar, but that Bane of Havoc, I think, is down from Mercy. He's getting triple cleave on that Bane if they want to stay at the pillar. That's an interesting talent adaptation on his part. He's getting so much extra AoE damage here across the board. Will it be enough to actually close the game out here, though? As Swapsy is trying to push a bit forward. Tessia is going to gate in aggressively and stop the drink. A little ice slant slap as Mercy gates over with him, but now Lone Tar got left behind. Doesn't look like it's really going to matter. Maro looks to be the target as Infernal procs onto him into the Mortal Coil, trying to force an ice block here. Can they get an ice block from Maro? He shadow melts the Chaos Bolt, immuning the damage, and will hold on to an ice block as a result. A shadow melt getting big value. I think Tessia is still playing the Panda. Unless he gets value from that Quaking Palm, I think Shadow Meld is actually going to be a better racial for this matchup.
Yeah, I think so too, just being able to kind of immune that CC, but I guess they want to have Lone Tar on the Shaman in this one, so needing to play forward a little bit. Mara right now getting blasted in the midfield with Aegis. Mana still in favor of Ascraft. He hasn't even used mana in this match so far. 100% mana, 8% dampening at this point in the game, and I really feel like Elaforg, this was kind of their counter pick. We'll see. We have Icy Veins out. Big damage on Morrow. He's forced to trade out his Ice Block, and he has one left. Tessia in the face right now of his opponents. Going to get blasted back, and we see a nice Ice Wall here by Morrow, potentially blocking out some of those heals. Doesn't look like it just yet. Morrow positioned very far away, going to be trading out that Deathborn, but he is in the open, so if he gets caught by a counterspell or it's a big burst, nice Ice Wall by Tessia, isolating Morrow. I really like that Ice Wall. Asgard able to get into position. I think he actually mass dispels it, or they take it down really, really fast. Morrow now back to the pillar. Tessia with his Deathborn trying to ramp. Big damage. This is a Sky Fury. Unbelievable damage right now from Tessia. If they don't stop him, beautiful polymorphs coming in. Lone Tar forced to trade up the Spirit Link. Morrow right now just in the backline blasting Tessia at the same time. Mercy causing havoc on Swapsy and Lone Tar. Shaman is falling apart. Lone Tar, what is he going to do? All 3 members of his team are just dead. Tessia forced to trade out the Ice Block. Swapsy getting low, also trading out all of his defensive cooldowns. And Morrow still has his Deathborn. He's still got the Power Infusion. And a lot of damage, weaving the crossbolts in and out with that Icy Flows run cast talent. But Lone Tar manages to stabilize, and they stay alive. I really didn't think they'd be able to do it, but they're all full health, 16% dampening, and now it's actually going to be Morrow who's forced to retreat.
Beautiful defense here. Lone Tar showing that the Shaman can keep his team in the fight right now, dropping that healing tide totem in the backline, and that should be enough to keep everybody alive. But Morrow takes a big hit now from Tessia, and those last couple of seconds there of Deathborn. Lone Tar sitting now for a drink, actually. And he's going to be able to recover some mana here. It's very, very nice for him. Tessia taking some damage though, but Aquist all the time should be fine. And both of these Frost Mages right now just trading blows there on the stairs. Ascraft in the back line. Some heals here as well, but he needs to be careful. Doesn't want to get counterspelled and fall behind. And Lone Tar actually in a Mortal Coil. Doesn't look like they are going to be getting anything with that though. And both of the teams just kind of playing it defensive right now. Nice Ice Wall here, isolating Mercy. Going after him, taking a lot of damage there. Finally, the Ice Wall breaks there. But Mercy had to trade. He trades out the Unending Resolve. He trades out the Aegis, but look at Swapsy. He's got nothing. And he's dead.
And he's gone.
And he's it. It's looking good. It's looking good. They got something from Mercy finally. Meanwhile, the Holy Priest full mana sitting in the back. It's like a sabbatical, just pressing the palms and serenities, and someone gets chaos bolted. The Shaman is just looking over his shoulder every second. Someone's trying to stab him in the back. He doesn't know when he's gonna die. He's freaking out the whole game. Like, if it looks like night and day between the Shaman healing the Mage Lock and the Holy Priest healing the Mage Lock, like, you want to like Omega hard mode play with the Shaman. I don't think we're going to see a Shaman come back anytime soon for this. If they did, I think it would be really unwise. Was this the wall? Because it was actually a really clutch wall. I was wondering maybe the walls could win the game for either team if they can catch somebody and isolate them, because it can be difficult to kill it as these classes. They'd have to use a lot of resources at least to be able to kill it, a lot of soul shards. So the ice walls were definitely very interesting to watch. I didn't get to see a matchup play out like this. in a while, especially with how much practice the teams are now getting and going to get moving into the future. But I don't think I'm sold on the Shaman Dream anymore after watching that. Like, the only thing that was keeping it alive for me was like maybe Lontar can win on mana, but he's not winning on mana. And this was the wall. Mercy is isolated here out of line of sight of Maro and Azkarath, and they almost take him out there before the wall goes down. But Aegis and his Unending Resolve keeps him alive. And then right here, Shaman healing is just feels Shaman, man.
Wall.
He riptides, he runs around. Was it a counter wall? Do we have the end of that?
Yeah, it was.
Did it hit the corner of it?
Oh,
it's because it goes it goes up through the ground. And you don't know because it's on the bottom.
Sick wall.
He did a hidden sneaky wall.
Yeah, he actually Mar did a really nice wall there. He blocked the stair and the pillar with it, so Lontar had to run all the way around the box, and then that got them the kill. So, yeah, the ice walls were definitely key.
You'd love to see it. The ice wall's looking good.
Obviously, having a ray of hope there would be nice as well.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Button on a 1 minute cooldown that could just save your life. You have 2 of them every time.
Pause damage.
It just seems to me like if Shaman isn't going to win this matchup, just don't play Shaman. Like that's really how I feel. Like this is what Shaman should be good at, right? I really think so. Like you in theory.
Well, they weren't good into the cleave earlier, so that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if they're good into anything, it should be a wizard matchup. You have an additional interrupt. You have like a spell casting soak. You can boost your caster's damage. But the thing you don't have is good healing compared to a holy priest. So in that situation, if he was a holy priest, he just posts his Ray of Hope, Serenity, full health. As a shaman, Riptide, and he doesn't have the Spirit Link Totem. You know, like it's just not the same level of I mean, you said it, Super Tease. Azgrath's just sitting in the back, just chilling hard. His mana's full. Oh, you're in trouble. Ray of Hope, full health, looking good. Yeah, meanwhile, Lontar, he's actually going to switch it up. So this is really interesting. We are going to Mage Lock Mirrors. I really thought they could play like some kind of cleave.
Not to be that guy, but I did call it in the start.
Yeah, you called. I guess you called the conclusion of the match, but all the steps leading up to the conclusion, you did not call.
Well, I'm just a few steps ahead. I'm glad the players finally caught up.
I'm trying to think if LF Org, like, what could they run that would be better? I know I keep saying it, and no one believes
me. You're going to say TSG.
I actually think TSG is good into Mage Lock.
Yeah, TSG, because Swapsy can't play Ellie Destro because he's the Destro and the Ellie.
Yeah, they should play TSG on a small map. On Dalaran Sewers or like Hook Point, I really want to see it. You just run. You just go as aggressive as possible, trade all your cooldowns when you need to, and just keeping them on the back foot. But we're not going to see it, so I don't even know why I'm talking about it. They're not going to do it, unfortunately. But we are going to see Mage Lock Mirrors just straight up. Lontar on the Holy Priest. I actually feel like even though Lontar is a Shaman main, this matchup should be better for them now that he's on his Holy Priest.
Yeah. Well, it's just the trades, right? Like Ray of Hope and Guardian Spirit are such high value for how low cooldown they are. It's basically a button where it's like, you can't die. And it's every minute. So anytime that double Chaos Bolt comes out, Ray of Hope, you're not going to die. Double Chaos Bolt again, Guardian Spirit, you're not going to die. So the Holy Priest can just solo rotate almost. And then you add in the other defensives. You got Dark Pact, Altar Time. As long as one of those 4 options is hitting a big burst damage window, that target's not going to die. So it makes this composition so durable and able to elongate the matches because the cooldowns just cycle so frequently on both sides and have such huge value. I think the only way to really counter it is to try and race the Ray. There are some times where you can race it, but it can be really hard because the healing is more valuable than the damage. The Ray stops all damage healing on the target. It gets accumulated, and then the healing is increased on top of that. And then based on the value, if the heat damage is higher, the Ray will be negative, the target will lose health. Ray is positive, it gains its health. So you either gamify
it's double the healing, right?
I think it's double.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if a Ray absorbs 50k damage, you get and 50k healing, it heals for 50k afterwards.
Yeah. It would have done 100k heal. It would have been valued at 100k healing. So it can be really tough to race that. And then whereas the Shaman is like puts an earthen wall down, the Chaos Bolt hits you for 40k. Now it's 38k. So it's like you're gonna die. You're gonna die through the earthen wall.
It is good against Blizzard and Frozen Orb though.
Okay. I don't know. Every time I see someone die against Mage Lock, it's the double Chaos Bolt, or they didn't line Deathborn. Those are literally the only times I see somebody die against Mage Lock. It's the double Infernal proc, or Deathborn. And if those aren't on a target, the target's not likely to die. So if your cooldowns aren't good into those situations, you're a bad pick. That class can't be picked. And I think Shaman, like, you have ground, which would be the only thing. You could ground the double Chaos Bolt. So if you were tracking the stacks and saw like, oh, after this Chaos Bolt finishes, and then double ground, you'd get value there. But I don't know if we really saw that in the last game. But that would literally be the only thing he could really do.
Well, Wizard Mirrors, I mean, this is it's an explosive match. When Morrow and Tessia have their Deathborn, their Icy Veins available, it's basically both teams just shooting the scariest spells in the world at each other over and over. Mercy, actually, one interesting difference between the two teams is Mercy is going to be playing Night Fae, and Swapsy is actually going to be playing Necrolord. So Mercy going for a bit of those heavy-hitting Chaos Bolts, and Swapsy, he's going to be going for a little bit more consistent damage with that Decimating Bolt in this match. Tessia getting really aggressive early on, just pushing in with his Frost Bolts. This is Deathborn, but it looks like they actually want to punish him. They're making a swap. Tessia is deep in enemy territory right now, just throwing in the damage, but Mercy trying to counter pressure. It's going to be the Aegis from Tessia, really just ramping up those Frost Bolts, making it scary. They could do a swap here on Asgrath. Morrow and Mercy in the middle of the map. Swapsy getting blasted. This is just such a dangerous game for both these teams to be playing.
What is going on right now? Tessia's in an ice block. Mercy casting Chaos Bolt. Swapsy with the Aegis up. He drops to 50% HP. Swapsy now might have to trade. He's already traded. He has nothing left. Mercy gets feared. There comes a Chaos Bolt onto him. Swapsy teleports away. Asgrath chasing him down. Lothar chasing him down as well. Infernal's getting called in. I don't even know by which Warlock. And you can see Swapsy here taking decent damage. So that was indeed Mercy's Infernal being called in there. Swapsy gets the counterspell. Both mages still with the Deathborn running. Mercy now got to get stunned up. Morrow Fleshcrafting here in the back line. And still with a couple of seconds left here on the Deathborn. He's going to target Tessia. Tessia's targeting Mercy. Mercy's targeting Swapsy. Lothar is also targeting Mercy. Everybody is just trying to hit whatever they can. Trying to do as much damage as possible. And look at Asgrath's mana already dropping down to half HP here. Definitely a lot of pressure coming out here so far from both of these teams. And now that the damage has settled a little bit, we can take a look at the cooldowns. And Tessia is down one ice block. Swapsy is down unending resolve. Mercy is down unending resolve. But Morrow has both of his ice blocks. Asgrath was able to get some mana back. So it's still anybody's game if they go after the Warlocks. But if they go after the mages, a slight lead there for Elefort.
So Swapsy hasn't launched his Dark Soul, whereas Mercy is about to get his second. I feel like Swapsy didn't get good value here. Like, if he had Dark Soul in that opener, I think Mercy might have actually just died. And now Mercy's going to get two of them in this game if this ends up just coming down to maximum throughput. Like, who can get an epic parse in the Mage Lock Mirror? Like, Mercy is going to get ahead because he's getting two Dark Souls. To Swapsy still hasn't even activated his first. He's kind of waiting for that perfect moment, maybe. So we'll have to wait and see if the moment ever shows itself, because he's always on the back foot trying to line a sight, not able to get too much aggressive movement out. Asgrath tries to drink. Tessia gets on top of him, stops him from drinking, but now Swapsy's pinned to the pillar with a Frozen Orb, trying to fear the mage, gets counterspelled. Now going for Chaos Bolts, trying to force Morrow back, but an Ice Wall, line of sight, Swapsy away from his healer. He could go down here to the Ice Wall. Is he going to survive? He's so low. Holy Fire incoming. Massive damage, huge value. That Ice Wall was fantastic from Morrow. Where did Lothar just wanted to avoid CC? He was off camera. I was trying to figure out where he was. Why did he just mass dispel the wall? Did he get CC'd? Like, what? We need to see the replay there, because it seemed like they just didn't know what to do as soon as the wall went up. But all he had to do is mass dispel it. If there was, and there shouldn't have been an interrupt because the whole team was out of his line from the wall, right? So what happened to Lothar? I feel like they just panicked there.
Second Ice Wall victory in a row here for Morrow. It's been...
Benruki's so happy that people have figured out that it's good.
I've been saying it for a while, I'm not gonna lie.
Why is no one playing Ice Wall? Like,
it just...
I think there's a lot of people that don't know that you can mass dispel the wall as well.
I mean, you should know if you have a mage on your team. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this actually plays out with Lothar. In general, I feel like SK Pieces had more pressure throughout this match. It just seemed like they were more kind of on the same page, hitting the same target. Icewall going down by Tessia. He gets interrupted. Unfortunately, not able to really get anything done there. Mercy with big Chaos Bolts, forcing Swapsy back to the pillar. And we're going to see it. Lothar, he crosses to the other pillar. I believe trying to avoid crowd control. So we're going to be looking for that setup here in the future. And that's when Morrow really is able to capitalize. You can see he soul shapes away, what happens to Lone Tar? Maro drops
Oh.
the ice wall. Lone Tar could just
We get
master
CS'd.
spell it.
Did you get
Did he?
CS'd on Master Spell? Because
Okay.
he's locked right now.
Beautiful.
maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Wonderful ice wall by Maro, and that's going to close out the game. 3-0 series for SK Pieces. LF they tried 3 different compositions, including the mirror, but unfortunately got bested here today by SK Pieces, and they'll have to go down to the lower bracket.
That they will. They're going to be facing off against No Money Just Funny in our last matchup of the day. So unfortunate for them. They kind of tried everything they could, but didn't quite work out this time. SK Pieces, though, going to be very happy about that result. And now we are going to be in the lower bracket for the rest of the day. We're going to eliminate 2 more teams before we see this region once again on Championship Sunday. Up next, we've got MYWAY facing off the newcomers in the scene here, Delirium. Super Tees.
Yeah, the Ret Warrior. I mean, this could be a very scary matchup for MYWAY. If we see that Ret Warrior coming out from Delirium, because they looked good. Like, they had triple crowd control. They had really good damage. Like, they were kind of doing like the tab target Terminator. Just anything gets near them, it's getting swept away, just immediately annihilated. So yeah, I mean, Delirium were looking like a real threat in that lower bracket, completely stomping out. Anything is possible. So I think if there was a team, Delirium might be able to put up a challenge here for MYWAY.
All right, well, let's see if they're up to that challenge. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, one of these 2 teams is going home. Is it going to be MYWAY or a Delirium? Find out after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going into this elimination round. It's MYWAY versus Delirium, game number 1.
All right. Well, we're going to be seeing the cleave from Delirium. We've actually seen MYWAY kind of deal with these cleaves in the past quite nicely, but they're actually tagging in the Restoration Druid, which is interesting. So they're bringing in Punter on the Restoration Druid with that Ret Warrior. MYWAY, we've seen them really kind of dismantle the Ret Warrior earlier on. I believe it's in Cup number 1, where we kind of expected the cleave matchup to go a little bit differently, but they were able to hold on. And this is something that MYWAY does consistently. Setups that you might think to be a counter, they are able to deal with it. We'll see if they can actually get on top of Kasu, or if they just decide to go for a Priest all in. They might just go after Relza. Let's see how Relza is going to be able to survive. The Double Fear does come in. Full Hammer of Justice. They're just crushing Relza. He's forced to trade out his Trinket and his Divine Ascension. Relza's going to be up in the sky. Now it's going to be Scarlet, potentially on the back foot, but I am really afraid for Relza in this match.
Yeah, Relza, we've already seen what happened earlier when Delirium dusted a Shaman. Now they're looking to dust a Priest here as well. Relza with no Trinket already. Next time they connect, it could be scary. He knows it. He goes for the 3 Trinket right there. He tries to fly up in the air. He gets stunned, and I don't know if he's going to be able to survive here. He's got the Guardian Spirit active. Tony with some big heals there. You can tell he's definitely been eating that cat food. And Tony here in the backline now looking to get aggressive. Full trap onto Punter. They're looking after that Red Paladin if they can connect here. When he gets pummeled on his Cyclone, tries to go for the Recyclone. Punter in the Tree of Life. Gets Cyclone there, but Scarlet is already back on full HP. Procs a pair of wings as well here and looks to march forward towards Relza. Destination Relza, how are you going to handle this? He flies up in the air, and there is no turbulence this time. He will be staying up there, and right now there is cloudy skies. And
might have been a crash landing.
A bit of a crash landing here for Relza, and he will survive, I think. He activates Greater Fade, walks out of that spear, and they get a full trap on the front Sid.
Oh, now they're turning it around here. Scarlet getting blasted. Punter has to Trinket, gets a big heal. Scarlet and Queen here are really testing every healer in the tournament so far. Who is going to be able to survive their onslaught? So far, so good. Nice Cyclone at low health here by Tony. And now it looks like Relza was able to door shout his way and connect the Mind Games, which is very scary for the Ret Paladin. If the Druid is also crowd controlled, which he isn't, so he's going to be able to deal with the situation. Now they're moving forward, trying to get the stun lock. Scarlet Trinkets out. Hammers are down. Can they finish Relza here in this push? Queen's going to be able to charge in, reconnect Scare Beast, trying to fish out Fears onto Punter. Punter dodges it. It's an in-cap clone onto the Hunter, taking him out of the fight. They get Guardian Spirit from Relza here. Connects some big heals and manages to escape here around the corner. No gets pinned by the spear, has to fade out of the spear. Hunter now into a clone. Scarlet in a stun. Nice intervene from Queen during this stun lock, redirecting a lot of damage and preventing it as well. Scarlet with a pre-shield of vengeance as well. And they're going to get aggressive once again here on Relza. He's going to fly up into the air. While he's in the air, they're going to turn around and attack whoever they can. Kasu and Tony want nothing of the tab target Terminators, immediately turning around and running into the hills. Relza trying to escape. Relza doesn't have a lot of good options. If they can connect onto Relza, I think they drop him here. They're moving in range. Can Tony and Kasu protect Relza? If they connect this hammer, I think it's lights out. They're leaping in. They're going for the kill. They drop a war banner aggressively. Can they hodge the door? They kick the door. They kick the heel. I think that's it for Relza in game 1. They proc him. Is he playing Resurrection Legendary? Now becomes the question while I look at, and he is. He knew this was going to happen. He knew. Oh, is he going to die twice? He might just die twice. He's getting so low, popping the Gladiator's Aegis, managing to hold strong. They bop out aggressively, going for the kill. Can they kill him? Not once, but twice here in game number 1. Hammers of Justice getting big value onto Relza. A nice wake of Ashes, building up Holy Power, but no Avenging Wrath. No big Ret Paladin damage. Relza manages to hold alive, but he's in that situation again where he has no Guardian Spirit, has no Trinket. This next Hammer of Justice with a Wings proc could be lights out. Maybe he's just dead again. Relza down to 30%, getting chopped up. Ursul's Vortex pit him, bubbling for the kill. Relza flies into the air when Scarlet bubbles for the kill. Scarlet might regret bubbling like this. There's not a lot of defense for him, but Relza's stunned on his way down. He's going to be met with a hammer. Hunter jumping in, trying to CC people to stop them from healing for Relza. This Cyclone just stalling it. Relza Greater Fades tries to cross the map in desperation, but they're still all over him, pinned by the Spirit. I think this is it. I think this is it for Relza. He's got no way to get out of the Spirit Bastion. Tony's trying to roll up and help him out with the in-cap and the stun, but it's not enough. And Delirium do it not once, but twice. They take out MYWAY in game 1.
It's unbelievable watching this matchup. I mean, Delirium, they had so much pressure on Relza. I'm really afraid for MYWAY because that seemed like a pain train that they just could not stop. Yeah, potentially the Spider-Man legendary. It's just funny. It's just funny to think like in order for him to survive that long, Relza quite literally was flying to the heavens to avoid, dying. Literally came back from the dead, flew into the heavens once again. Like, he has all these tools in order to survive, and they're still able to run him down. I mean, imagine he was on a shaman this game.
I mean, we don't need to imagine. We
He'd
already
be in
saw
the dirt, not the
Delirium.
sky.
We already saw what Delirium can do to shamans. Pilot Relza here, he did a good job staying alive. But yeah, I agree with Sid. He needs the Spider-Man legendary, and potentially that might be enough defense. But still, very impressive here. I think this is the first time when they kill Relza. No, actually, this is the second time. So they've already killed Relza once at this point, and this is just the final replay, I believe. And Relza will survive here. He flies up in the air, and he will top himself. And then there will be a little bit of an emergency landing here as he is met with a hammer of justice as he touches the ground here. It's going to be a little bit of a shaky one right there. But Panther doing a great job here in this match, keeping down the vortexes, going for the cyclones, and just keeping his team aggressive. And here they pin him down with the Spear of Bastion. Relza has no options and no Guardian, and no nothing really to work with. So he just goes for fake cast, goes for the mind games, tries to get a flash heal out. But unfortunately for him, Queen still has that kick, and he goes down. So very nicely done there by Delirium. And it looked like MYWAY exactly anticipated what was going to happen here. They already had the right legendaries, they had the right talents, and they did everything, basically the way they're supposed to. And they don't really have any other comps as well. So is maps going to be enough? That is the question now, because they're going to have larger maps. They could go Spider-Man legendary as well. But other than that, there's really not that many options. I think they need more offensive pressure. If the Paladin can offensively bubble and still doesn't get punished, then you're just lacking pressure, in my opinion. Like, I don't know if they should be going after the Druid and just fearing the ret, or exactly what strategy that they could change, but they need to do something to get more pressure.
I swear jungle just kills warriors. I really don't understand why they didn't go after warrior. You can still mind games the ret on the go to stop him from healing the warrior. But if the warrior gets an intervene, that's pretty much a save. Like, the ret's not going to die. He'll heal himself, stay alive just long enough. I feel like warrior needs to be the target. Keep the bleeds up. I don't even think they were alliance, so they're not running dwarf. I really think MYWAY just had the wrong target in mind here. Unless it was just about control. They wanted to stop the ret from freedoming as much by stunning him and keeping him away. But I would rather see chastise fear. And also they can actually utilize fear if it's on the ret, right? If he's getting trained, every go is just, I fear the ret. You can stun trap the healer, I fear the ret, the warrior's alone. That sounds way better than the ret and the warrior just hitting you the whole game, and the ret never dying and just bubbling your stun to kill you. He's going to go survival. I feel like that's unnecessary, but I don't know if I'm like totally against it. It's going to get more roots and get more control.
Discipline too.
Discipline, I think, was good. I think discipline actually out of the pre-specs into cleave, I think disc is a lot better for surviving, especially if you're just tunneled the whole game. So maybe he's picking. Why would he pick survival then? I would think you'd want to be BM if you're going to be the target, so you can avoid them. If you're going to try and make Relza less of an option on disc, I have to wait and see it play out. I really think their targeting was just off. I think going warrior will work out a lot better for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's good decision by MYWAY, bringing the Discipline Priest to be a little bit more durable. If they do train him down, I'm curious if Delirium changes up their strategy. I kind of doubt it. For some reason, I feel like they're just going to go for the Priest from start to finish and just see if it works. Yeah, it seems to be the strategy so far. Train down the healers, stay alive for as long as possible. Every single one of those Hammer of Justice is really scary. And then, of course, you get the Spear of Bastion with the sharpened blade. Even the off heals from Tony aren't really going to be enough to keep him alive, but it should be more tanky with this build. Have a few more answers, with the Rapture. Rapture is basically you're not going to die, even with Sharpen on you. The big Dome of Light is not going to allow you to go down. It's a huge damage reduction as well. So those are going to be answers he can rotate through and hopefully survive a few more of those Spear of Bastions that Delirium's really punishing. The flip side is he's not coming back from the grave. Like, he's not flying. He can't fly in the sky, and he's not coming back from the grave. So those two things might end up being kind of a disaster. I feel like Relza, he can stay alive, but if he messes up, there's going to be no recovery.
Yeah, I mean, the upside is that you get that dome of light, and you can pre-dome a lot of those big setups, and it's like immunity basically. But at the same time, they can connect to Relza a little bit too often, or they just connect to him before he can do that. He can definitely just get instantly erased. So definitely a little bit scared of him, but the map will help as well. And maybe he will play that Spider-Man Legendary as well. So there's still options for Relza. See what he decides to do here. I'm just more curious about pressure. I really do think, I don't know, I kind of like the idea of being BM and going after the warrior, but if they're going to make survival work, I'm interested to see how they do that, who they're actually going to go after, and who MYWAY is going to have their pressure on, because last game, it just didn't look like they found any pressure. So that's really what I want to see change in this match. It looks like they are going after the warrior this time around. And that's going to be an instant Iron Bark overlap there with the sack, and they're going to immediately go here onto Relza. Big damage coming out there, and he will use, I believe, every man for himself. He got out of that stun somehow, and he will trade the Dome of Light, and he is a human, so he definitely used every man for himself, and he used Rapture there as well. So already big trade coming out there from Relza. He only has that pain suppression to work with. Big damage on Casu as well here. Oh my goodness, this priest is struggling right now, keeping the Hunter alive as well. And now just one attack onto Relza is taking him down super low here. Let's kick there on the penance. Double fear coming out onto Scarlet and Queen. You got a Hammer of Justice here onto Relza. No trinket available, and he has the pain suppression, but he's getting some nice heals from Tony. He had the Aegis as well there active. So some defense for Relza, but this pain train is just not stopping Sid.
Oh, they're reconnecting to the soul shape. Relza didn't get away. We see those bear traps coming in, but Squarlet can just freedom that and immediately get back onto Relza. They're trying to use thorns to deter. They're trying to cleave two targets with the survival wildfire bomb build, finally getting them away from Relza. Finally, the counter pressure is paying off. They're using offense as defense to keep Queen away from Relza during that stun, and Scarlet is still taking a beating. Cyclone at low health. Hunter pre-flesh crafting, anticipating a stun, wants to connect heals, but now Scarlet is mind controlled at low health. Queen charges in, but will Scarlet have to bubble? He's getting blasted down here in game number 2. Wildfire bomb's getting huge pressure out. They're just going for split damage, trying to kill 2 targets at the same time. And with the freezing trap, they might get bubble, maybe a master spell, pre-master spell. Sick play by Relza. Scarlet could go down, but Hunter sweeps in with an Iron Bark. Scarlet should begin to stabilize in a moment. They're getting aggressive around Relza. How is he going to deal with this Hammer of Justice? He trinket barriers the spear here to absorb all of the hits. Getting that Shadow Mend up. Casu going to drop Roar Sacrifice as well, but they're swapping over to Casu. He's get blasted down. He's going to press Aspen of the Turtle. He's not even going to give them any time of day to connect some damage. And now they want to get aggressive. There's no bops. There's no bubbles. There's no trinkets. The next trap could easily win the game. Here comes the Feral Frenzy. Massive Feral Druid damage. Scarlet activating those wings just in time to get some big Word of Glories off in the future if he needs to. I think he's going to have to. Word of Glory is coming out here. But Tony is still tearing in. A full Cyclone out of the trap. Can they finish Scarlet in this push? Another Hammer of Justice, though, onto Relza. Stormbolt on Tony for cross crowd control. This does look like Scarlet is still the one on the back foot. Maybe not. It's constantly back and forth. Relza is almost out of mana at this point. Queen getting pressured, has to pop die by the sword. Scarlet is hesitant to keep going. He's going to go down, I think. Massive damage incoming. And MYWAY's composition change gets big value. Pressure was so much higher with this comp. Survival Hunter's looking good in game 2.
That looked really strong. I think switching to Discipline Priest looked a lot better. Survival Hunter as well. They were able to actually push through and take him down. But I mean, I don't know. I kind of wonder what happens if these two teams just play the same comps and we go to smaller maps. I think for Delirium winning the game number 1, it's going to be massive for them. But MYWAY, they battle it back in a big way. I think it's really likely to go to a small map though. And I also wonder what other compositions that they can play. So is it just Ret Warrior? They just play Ret Warrior and then have 2 different healers? Depending, I used to have the Discipline Priest and the Restoration Druid, I think, is Delirium's only composition. So it's likely just going to be Ret Warrior versus Jungle for the rest of the series, but we can kind of see how the final moments of this match played out.
Yeah, so at this point, Squarlet, he was spamming out a lot of World of Glories while Punter's going through that CC chain. And you can see here, he's just trying to survive, trying to build up some counter pressure, stacking up some Holy Power, Word of Glory, and then Queen takes a big hit of damage because of that overgrowth being used on Squarlet. And then Queen gets a couple of heals instead, and then they just swap back over to Squarlet. His Battle Master falls as well, and yeah, just have the damage there to back it up and take him down. And looks like MYWAY did a lot of nice changes here. They went Human Priest with Trinket, so you're going to have essentially one trinket to break a stun, and then a minute and a half later, you'll have a trinket again to break a stun. And we saw Relza utilize that in this match. And like you mentioned, I think the biggest thing is for sure the damage here. Look at Kasu doing the same damage as essentially a Ret and a Warrior combined. And Tony not far behind him as well. And this is kind of what we wanted to see if you compared in that last game. They didn't have any pressure. It was just like offensive bubble coming out. In this time, they have a lot more pressure. And Punter as well getting punished a little bit on that Druid because Druids aren't that good at healing multiple targets. So when he uses that overgrowth and he's using all of his single target healing to beef up Squirrelette, they attack Queen. And then he has to do the same thing to Queen. And then they attack Squirrelette again. They're able to take him down. So MYWAY really switching between those hots as well. Definitely key.
What's their response now? Do they change comps? Like they have a 4-player roster as well. So do they have a comp that would be better into survival? Maybe they switch the Druid off, get a Holy Priest. I don't see why having Holy Priest would be bad for them. I'm just going to give them more stuns. They're going to go to Runes of Lordaeron, really good healer killing map. So I think it makes sense for Delirium as they're just beelining a healer every single game. If they manage to make it through this series, can they do that the entire tournament? Is that allowed? Is that in the rules somewhere? Are you allowed to just target the healer the entire game every game? I guess you can. Delirium might be one of the first teams to successfully do it if they could get all the way through the tournament with that strat. But let's see what MYWAY decide to blind lock on Runes of Lordaeron. Is it going to be the same type of deal here, or are they worried about something? Is there another comp that we haven't seen from Delirium that could threaten the Discipline Priest or threaten the Survival Hunter? Because they're taking their time to really think about it. Maybe even just talking strat, but offensively they looked so good. Like the scoreboard spoke for it. It's not often you see a Ret get out damaged, let alone doubled. Like between the Hunter and the Feral, like that was an impressive amount of damage. Seems like if you're going to run cleave into cleave, like Survival and Feral do so much 2-target damage. Delirium now have a choice. Same comp, make a change, healer swap. I think Holy Priest would be better. I'd really like to see a Holy Priest come out from Punter here rather than the Druid. Just getting an extra stun too. But he's sticking to the Druid. Not going to make any changes.
I really want to see them go after Kasu. Like it felt like at one point they just tap targeted to Kasu and he just had to turtle. So I would love to see them like go after Kasu a lot more. I think you can have Relza as the main target, but if it's really hard to get to him, he's like super, in a defensive position and Kasu's overextending, trying to push for a trap, just hit him. I think there's a way to win this game that doesn't necessarily rely on 100% just tunneling the priest. I think if your strategy is that like one-sided or like one-dimensional, it's kind of easily exploitable. Relza can always just stay super far back, and you can just rotate everything on Relza and a lot of pre-ages and things like that. But if there's 2 targets that he has to worry about, his job is going to be way harder. And I think Kasu is a very spicy target, especially when he overextends.
Yeah, when he's pushing for crowd control and stuff. But do we really want to see Delirium just abandon their strat? I mean, I kind of wanted to see if they can go all the way, just training one target, see how it goes.
What about racials? How do you feel? I feel like they should be playing double Dwarf Night Elf, Ret Warrior. Having Stone Form just as a complete reset to feral damage.
Yeah, it's nice.
I feel like that would be big in their ability to like trade on goes and stay on the priest and maybe get one go ahead. Because I mean the Ret being Tauren is like pretty much 0 value. You get a little bit of crit damage. It's actually nothing to talk of, but the Orc value in the Warrior is like all right, but it's, and then the Tauren on the Druid, like I feel like you'd get way more value out of being Alliance. Even just shadow melding a go, trying to immune CC for the Druid would be better. But regardless, we'll see if they did make any adaptations. I kind of doubt it with how fast that draft went in. It looks like they are still playing Horde. Queen's gonna Blade Storm and just immediately beeline at the priest. Relza knows it. He's running into the starting room, trying to bait them into a bad position. And Tony's gonna open up and intercept them with some bleeds. And there's the Hammer of Justice. And Punter's got control of the DPS out in midfield with that Vortex at the moment. And the barrier trades. They're killing him through powered barrier right now. Is he gonna die through barrier? He has to pop Rapture. He's still pinned by the spear, trying to get out of the starting room now and reposition across the map. It's a triple fear on the whole team, but those fears are just going to break because there's dots and wildfire bombs hitting the whole team. Now Queen reverses with a triple fear of his own. Looks like they're swapping a little bit of damage to Kasu for a moment, but not staying committed to it. Kasu wants nothing to deal with that blender. He's just trying to stay away. Now Squarlet is stunned. He's going to move in and attack. Oh my god!
1%!
1% health. on Scarlet there. Relza now stunned up though. He pre-Aegises. Is that going to be enough though? Relying on Aegis? I'm not sure if you want to do that. War Stomp out for follow-up, but Scarlet's getting blasted at the same time. Who is going to go down first? I can't believe they're still tunneling the Priest. They've got nothing left to stay alive, and they're still going after the Priest. They're going all in for the kill. Scarlet at 10%. He's realized this is a mistake. I need to get out of here, but he's stunned up. Hunter's trying to get big heals with the Tree of Life. Fortunately, that set bonus activating right now. Hunter's going to get some big instant regrowth and try and stabilize the team and get them back on the Priest to go for the kill. They're still just doing it, beelining for the healer. Battle stance at half health. Who cares? All in on the Priest at this point to try and take him down. But now there's a full trap. And Queen is on the run in Bladestorm, trying to immune the stun and buy time for Hunter to get out of the trap, but there's a full fear for follow-up. They Sanctuary the fear. Hunter gets a big heal. Scarlet is back to full health, trying to get Holy Power to heal up his teammates as well. Word of Glory is coming out. Hammers are down. Wings procs, big damage, dodges the Door of Shadows from Kasu there, and is trying to navigate around the Power Barrier. They got Trinket Barrier from Relza. He's got no pain suppression. If Scarlet and Queen can stay alive, I think the next stun is a win for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Relza getting low. Intimidating Shout comes in. It's a triple Intimidating Shout. Relza on the run. Soul Shape behind the pillar. Just trying to create space, trying to get away. He is topped off right now. Be a good time to get stunned. I mean, it's never really a great time to get stunned, but if you're full health, that's going to be the best time. Full trap does land on the Punter, and then Scarlet's going to have to run away. There's really no defensive cooldowns left. He uses the wings. Can he get a heal? Can he get any healing? He's so low. 5% health. The War Stomp comes in. That's going to be enough to survive. Punter connects the heal, and now they reverse the pressure here onto Relza. Down to 70% health in the Hammer of Justice, getting a bit of help from his team. That was a sacrifice from Kasu, and one of the main reasons why Relza is still alive and didn't have to trade more Rapture shields coming in. Just going to be throwing in these really heavy, strong shields, but they're just cutting through it. Relza down to 10% health. The Aegis is going to be traded. How is he still alive? He gets caught to the stun, but they get the cross kill. Unbelievable. MYWAY, they hold on. Relza survives. They get the cross kill on Scarlet. Almost going to get double killed there at the end. MYWAY strike back on a big way, and that is the reverse swing, where they get the swing map, which is going to be really big for them. If they go to a game 5, they will have the advantage. This is a huge win for MYWAY.
Yeah, they will have that security. They can go to a very large pillar and kind of move around and use all of that space to keep Relza nice and safe. But that was a crazy game. How did Queen live? How did Scarlet live? And at the end, it looked like Scarlet was gonna die. It looked like Queen was gonna die, and it looked like Relza was gonna die. They could have. I wouldn't have been surprised to see just like a 1v1 at the end of that between like Punter and someone, and Punter and Tony or something. That was absolutely crazy. And we're going to see it here. Squad getting stand up, uses Blessing of Protection, uses Sanctuary, and runs around the pillar. And this is one of those crazy moments. How does he actually live here? Hunter's in a trap.
War Stomp,
does his
right?
free casting. He drops to 1% HP, and he gets a War Stomp off, and he manages to survive. Then they reverse the pressure onto Relza. They take him super low here. Tony gets the Cyclone, or a little bit late there with the kick, and that might be what saves Relza here. Relza staying alive, and Hunter here just not able to really connect too much heals as Squad is in that clone. And then here, Kasu pushes in, goes for the trap. Relza takes massive damage. He's basically out of mana as well. Kasu pushes in, lands the freezing trap, and they just one-shot Scarlet and a Queen as well, almost getting double killed right there. In that same trap, actually, they killed both of them. But Relza was also like 10%, 20% HP with no mana, so it really could have gone either way there. If they managed to get a stop on that first Cyclone, maybe. World was a little bit late with the kick there, and the Disorienting Roar landed at the same time as the trap of Kasu. If it goes off before, or just anything, it goes a little bit more in Delirium's favor. That could have easily been their win as well. So to just show how close that actually was. So MYWAY gonna be happy with that. They take the swing match, 3 minutes and 6 seconds game, and that's the thing about MYWAY. They know how to play those like long, drawn-out games where they're just conserving mana, waiting for a late-game push, but they also know how to kind of match aggression with aggression, and that's what makes them such a good jungle team, in my opinion.
Yeah. Adapt and overcome here for MYWAY. Now on match point, but I feel like even though it's one game away, it's still pretty far away. It's not a guarantee by any means. Like this Red Warrior
close.
pulling off miracles, getting really close to just taking out Relza. They've even just glanced at Kasu and almost taken him out in some games. So I wouldn't say that they've got this locked in by any stretch. And now Delirium, do we see any changes? I'm starting to think probably not. This comp is still showing a lot of potential. I still do wonder if the healers should change or not, depending on the matchup. I feel like against the Holy Priest, having the Vortex as like a counter to the Fly or a counter to mobility is nice. And against the BM Hunter that was more single target oriented, it was nice. But with the Survival Hunter AoE, seems unnecessary to have the Vortex. I think having a Priest stun mind control and the throughput that the Priest would bring, and like he played a really good Priest game in the first series, although it was over pretty quickly. Maybe we didn't get to see his Priest completely play out there. Maybe he's a Druid main and he's just respecting Relza as a main Priest or something. I'm not sure. But with the AoE damage that Cassio and Tony are doing out, I would really like to see a Holy Priest from Punter here. Yeah. And it's hook point, so they're going to go to the smallest map, race down Relza once again. I think it's going to be no surprise. So Relza had better be prepared for it. I like that he's not afraid to just trade Trinket Barrier. When he saw his teammates getting CC'd out in the middle of the map, Relza just Trinket Barriers, knows that I need to do something, no one's coming to help me, and then manages to kite across the map at the same time. So maybe it's Delirium that need to change their strat, like bait a Priest, like feign going after the Priest, and then just turn around and Stormbolt kill Casu or something. Because with every game, Relza is just going to get more and more comfortable.
I think they just bring in Lanat, get mind games on Relza, and watch the fireworks.
All right. Well, I mean, certainly two different approaches, and both approaches kind of just involve attacking Relza and see how it goes. Pardon me, need a little water. But yeah, they're going to be locking in Punter. Pardon me.
We're going to be locking in Punter here on the Resto Druid.
Second. Yes. On the Restoration Druid, exactly. So they're going for it once again. Delirium picking the small map, hook point. Likely just going to be training down Relza. We'll see how Relza does respond. Let's not forget, though, on Runes of Warderon, it was close. Like a few more crits, if they played it a little different, Relza was gone. And then all of a sudden it would be 2-1 in favor of Delirium. So it is a really close match. MyWay still has to play this exceptionally well, and it's a difficult strategy to overcome. It's going to be a lot of pressure on their team to not only stay alive, but also get that counter pressure they need, because they are on a timer, and eventually that timer, enough Hammer of Justice, enough Sharpened Blades land, it's going to be lights out for Relza.
Sometimes the simplest strats are the deadliest. Target the healer, target acquired, run down the healer for the rest of the game, and then just see if you can survive the gauntlet. So Delirium here on match point, facing elimination from the tournament. MyWay want to stay in it and show that they've still got what it takes. They did have what I think is their most difficult matchup in that upper bracket with KUNGARNA. Like nobody seems to be able to have an answer for them recently on their Rogue Mage. So now MyWay in the lower bracket needs to show. This could also be like a good foreshadowing for the circuit, because these teams will have to go head to head. Every team fights every team. And if they can't beat them here in the cup, then that could spell trouble for them in the circuit, because I don't see MyWay as a team that's going to like prepare new comps. It's going to be maybe Casu respecs or it's a different covenant, but
is this
going to only play jungle.
Does this also mean that MyWay doesn't have a fourth? I'm pretty sure what we talked about was the rule.
They're locked in with 3, yeah.
Yeah, they're locked in with 3. So they're jungle no matter what for the rest of the circuit. So yeah, I don't know. Could be a risky move, but MyWay, I mean, they're the champs from last year, primarily playing that jungle, and we'll see if they can stay alive here in the lower bracket against Delirium. Delirium has one more shot. If they don't take down MyWay here, they will be eliminated, but it was a really good run for them, and I would say overall, this tournament has been a success so far.
Absolutely. MyWay looking to do it here, but it's going to be hook point. It's going to be a very difficult map to try to take this match on. And of course, Delirium here, they had an opportunity to kind of go back to the drawing board and change maybe some things up. Maybe they'll change some gear. You can definitely see what gear everybody is using on the AWC TV companion, awc.tcd.tv, if you are interested in checking out their builds. And we're going to see it now. Match point here for Delirium, but Delirium already qualified for the circuit, so they already won the most important match, but of course they would like to go as deep as possible. They're going to be playing against all of these teams in the round robin. Relza already with a full cleave on top of himself, already trading out the powered barrier there. Queen also trading out his war banner and his die by the sword there, so 2 big defensives here from each team.
Let's see if they can keep up the trades here, back and forth. Triple fear comes out from Queen. Relza is isolated. How is he going to deal with the situation? trying to pop that Gladiator's Aegis, but he's caught down in the stun. Squarlet getting blasted on match point. Can't afford any mistakes. Trades out the Shield of Vengeance. Big absorb. That shield's going to explode on Relza as well. If he doesn't get away, he manages to escape the radius of that Shield of Vengeance and avoid a huge hit. Hiding with the Raptor, trying to line of sight the Warrior and Ret away from Punter at the small pillar over here. Using the Thorns as well now to deter Queen and Squarlet, and they have been deterred. Full bash onto Punter. Squarlet's on the run, getting blown up by Casso. He could go down, bubbling at 1%. Mass Dispel might slip through over on Squarlet. Doesn't look like Relza wants to risk even going for it, just redirecting across the map with that Penance. Trying to line of sight now with the Soul Shape, getting good distance away from Squarlet, which means just free damage incoming now on Squarlet and Queen while they make their way over. They actually swapped the Tony for a moment, but he's just going to Bark Skin and be A-OK. Relza refreshes those Purge the Wickets. Hammers are down. They're reconnecting onto Relza. How are they going to deal with this Hammer of Justice? They don't have any CC, it looks like, at the moment, but Relza actually managed to sit it for free. Full freezing trap into Cyclone from Tony. No one in range to stop it. They've isolated the DPS now. They need those dots and bleeds and bombs to start doing some work. Squarlet looking like he's still the main target. Hunter proccing that Tree of Life, trying to heal up with those regrowths. And Delirium are mixing it up. They're going after Tony a lot more, going after Casu with cleave damage while Relza gets away. It's forcing Relza to spend a huge amount of mana, but I'm not sure if they're going to really get ahead on the exchange with Tony and Casu doing 30 to 40% higher DPS than them in the game. I think it's up to Delirium to close this one out fast.
Definitely right now, Tony is going to be able to get away. He gets dispelled and has the survival instinct. Scarlet is in trouble. There's a fear right now on the Punter. He's not trading out his trinket. Cassio trying to reconnect, but good defensive positioning here by Delirium. Defensive intimidating shout as well will be traded from Queen. Here's the Spear of Bastion. It looks like they're just going to be going after Tony. Relsa's been doing such a good job in this match escaping. The one thing that's scary for MYWAY is actually you're losing on mana quite heavily. Casu getting blasted right now. He's going to have to retreat. This could be the aspect of the turtle. He's trying to greet it right now. He's so low in execute range. That was very greedy by Casu. Feeling very secure with his Aegis, but Warriors don't really care about Aegis. But at the same time, Scarlet and Queen are incredibly low. They get topped off by Punter as well as Scarlet. Scarlet continuing to push right now with its Avenging Wrath, going after Tony. And I like this. They're just burning Relza's mana, going after Casu, going after Tony. Scarlet is low, though. It's no Divine Shield.
Double kill.
And Punter actually keeping him alive. They might actually kill both of them in this match. He will go down. Great pressure here by MYWAY, but Delirium doing a good job. I mean, this match was really close. Relza completely tapped on mana. It was multiple times where, Casu was in execute range. Really dangerous. But ultimately, it is going to be MYWAY walking away with the win here.
I'm telling you, man, this priest, they're not that good. They're not that good at keeping their teammates alive. They're a very thirsty healer. And I think if they actually went after Casu a lot more when he's pushing in for those traps, could have been a win condition for Delirium. Regardless, though, absolutely insane performance again by MYWAY. They lose game number 1, but they come back strong in the series. Swap over to the Disc Priest, swap over to the Survival Hunter. Endless amount of damage. And we can see exactly how it all went down here in the replay. Get a bash onto Punter. This was a bit before the kill, though. But this is some of the plays that lead up to that victory. They get the Blessing of Protection in this setup. And they also get Punter's Trinket, I believe, very shortly here with that next CC. And Relza just staying far back here. They're attacking Casu. They're attacking Tony on the side of Delirium. And Tony's just waiting for that trap to come back up. He pops the Aegis, and this is where Casu almost goes down here. Super greedy there. One execute. He could have just died without using that turtle, but at the same time, they got great pressure to get a trap out of that Cyclone onto Punter. He trinkets out of that one, and now it's checkmate. Relza still has pain suppression, and Casu just needs to not die. He's the only one who can actually die right now. If they're going on Tony, that's not too bad. Tony still has a little bit to work with. He just goes into bear form, heals up, and then they get a kick from Tony right there, and they get a kick from Casu right there, and they just double kick into a stun, into a trap, and they don't even need the trap there. They just take down both of them with that cross kick. So nice interrupts by MYWAY, nice setups, and nice cyclones from Tony as well.
Casu is playing a talent that I haven't seen many people playing, the tranquilizing darts. So if you interrupting or removing effects with tranquilizing shot, or counter shot, or whatever the interrupt muzzle is, will release 8 darts at nearby targets, each reducing the duration of a beneficial magic effect. So there's heal over time effects. So he's almost kind of like spitting darts out and taking all the hots off from the druid.
That's weird.
While he's playing, and I feel like hunters have not. That came out in 9.1. And I was wondering when hunters were going to start picking that up. Maybe that's contributing to like these moments where we just see their health suddenly spike down if he's saving that for when he lands a freezing trap. But it seems like good tech into a Resto Druid.
So I think the lesson of today then is listen to the casters when it comes to builds and talents, right?
We're right on occasion, you know.
Ice Wall for sure.
Exactly. That's what. Yeah. Okay. Well, pretty good win by them. So absolutely well done. And now we are going to be quickly going into our very last series of the day. It's going to be Looking for Org versus No Money Just Funny. It's going to be yet another elimination round before we conclude our European games. And we are going to go to a break real quick. And then we're going to have that last series for you guys up very soon. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are heading into the very last series of the day. We can see all the teams that we have in this region here. Many of these have been eliminated already, and now we are on the last one, the last elimination, Looking for Org versus No Money Just Funny. Both of these teams playing fairly consistently all throughout this season here, and now this is the very last game that they're going to have on broadcast before we do go into the circuit. So both of these teams looking to squeeze out some extra points before we, head into that round robin series. But what are we looking to see from these guys, Ben?
Well, I don't know. I'm curious to see what they are going to be running in this final series. I feel like for LF Org, losing that last series was quite devastating. Yeah, especially the way they did. They tried a bunch of different compositions, bringing in the Warrior Mage, then bringing in the Mage Lock with the Shaman, Lone Star trying to play the Shaman, ultimately having to switch to the Priest, and still losing that one. But I do think they could play the Mage Lock. Overall, it's a really solid pick. Swapsy, Tessia, and Lontar. That seems like they're very, very strong on it. There are other comps that I want to see as well. I feel like one thing we haven't seen too much of is the Destruction Warlock with other melee DPS. So I think it works well with the Rogue, which we've seen in North America a little bit as well with Nixie. But I think it can also work really well with the Windwalker Monk, potentially even a Fury Warrior. So that's maybe something that they could run. But I think in this one, no money, just funny. Likely it's going to be the Rogue Mage from them. And LF Org, they might try the Warrior Mage, but not having the greatest success with that. I feel like it's just going to be a Mage Lock from them also. Mage Lock Priest, RMP. That's the blind.
All right, well, we're going to get into the game as soon as possible, see if you are right in that prediction. I was talking with Filet a little bit before we went into this, before we went into this game, into this series, and he says that their team overall is feeling really good after that win against Bugs, as they should be, after, Bugs has historically beaten them quite a bit, and then, winning against Looking for Org last week, so they're going to be having a good feeling going into the next series, according to Filet. So, obviously, there's no easy opponent in any of, amongst any of these teams, he says, but it could go either way is also something that he told me. So, we will have to see. And also, I do wonder on the side of Looking for Org, they beat SK Pieces 3-2 in Cup number 1, and then they just, had that pretty devastating loss. So I am wondering what their mental state is like. However, in Cup number 3, No Money Just Funny, it did beat Looking for Org 3-1. So, lots of things really could happen. I think Filet is definitely right, Zico, when he says that it could go either way. What do you think?
I completely agree. I think it could go either way. It just depends. No Money Just Funny. Their RMP didn't look super polished last time around, but this week so far, it looked really good into Bugs. And I think if their RMP looks that good as it did into Bugs, then potentially we could see that come out as a victory for them. So I think for them, they just need to play a clean game. I think compositionally, we've seen the RMP kind of get ahead against the Mage Lock. So if we are seeing Mage Lock and we're seeing RMP, I think it should go in the favor of the RMP. But of course, they still have to perform very, very well. So it's going to be completely up to them. Their fate is kind of in their own hands, but it would be a big upset in terms of standings for No Money Just Funny if they can take this win.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm curious also of your guys' perspective on this. I know that talking with some of the players, they weren't really sure what those changes that we saw come out into the into this weekend were going to do to the RMP, but it seems like, having looked at some of these game supties, that it really hasn't slowed down as a comp at all.
Definitely not. If anything, I think it was the kind of the realization of the Night Fae Priest or the Night Fae Assassination Rogue. Getting your Seps as Vendetta and getting those cooldowns so frequently is really enabling these Rogue Mage assassination versions to be so powerful and cut down enemies rapidly. So that was a big adaptation that was picked up by the Rogue Mages throughout. Prior to that, a lot of them were still playing subtlety in the matchups. They weren't really able to overwhelm a target. So I do kind of wonder where we go from here. Like, what's going to be the answer to that? Do we see people just stuck on the Mage Locks? Do we see swaps come in on a Death Knight at all at any point in the series? Because I actually want to see TSG at least in one game, just because it seems like they're open to experimentation. They played the Shaman for one game, so I actually would like to see them try a TSG into Rogue Mage and see if it's a decent option, but they're not. It's going to be as predicted, as foretold by the philosopher Venruki himself. Mage Lock.
He's ascended.
Rogue Mage.
Oh,
it's like Fire Mage though.
Oh, Fire Mage Lock. Is that exactly what you predicted, or does that count still, or you didn't specify?
I mean, it counts.
It counts in our hearts.
I didn't think he would play Fire, to be honest with you. And also, Lontar is going to be playing Venthyr. So we have a Venthyr, Holy Priest. We'll see. No Money Just Funny. They're going to be playing the Assassination Rogue, looking to get aggressive. It looks like they actually want to go after Lontar in the match. Yes, Stittery's going to be there, trying to deny, and I'm curious as to why Tessia is actually playing Fire. I guess these setups, like the Suns on Rogue, are really, really devastating. GG is across the map, which I feel like is a bit awkward. Acro's just dying. GG hasn't healed him once the entire game. Now, finally moving forward, but Acro has to trade in such a huge way because GG was just literally across the map for that opener, which seems really uncoordinated from No Money Just Funny.
Yeah, and Acro basically with no cooldowns left. DJ with no cooldowns left. Dragon's Breath coming out from Tessie, looking for the game-winning crowd control here. Not able to find it though. GG will duck away. But he gets Panda Racial. This could be a setup. He gets a DR Sheep as well. They have the damage though onto Acro. It doesn't look like it. Acro will use that Vanish. So not a bad go there. They didn't use Dark Soul or Combustion. Opsy actually used his Unending Resolve here very early on. Just trading it out for the Vendetta. Doesn't want to fall too much behind. There's a Smoke Bomb. He might just get taken down through the Resolve here. Nontar making his way in there as well with the Guardian. And with the Ray of Hope, that will be enough defense for sure to survive that Vendetta. But now look at Acro, JJ in the backline using his Trinket here. This is Guardian potential as well, but he will be able to hold on to that. Now we got ourselves a checkmate situation. What is No Money Just Funny going to do? They don't have the Vendetta just yet. If Tessia can get a full sheep onto JJ, it will probably just be game over. They have the Dark Soul, they have the Combustion. Acro has no Trinket, JJ has no Trinket. You just need to get a clean setup here onto Acro, sheep onto JJ, and then set up out of that with a stun. Right now, Acro, realizing the danger he's in, will go back to the pillar. At least waits for his Vendetta, because they don't actually have full pressure right now. 15 seconds left on that Cloak of Shadows as well. It would be somewhat of a throw if he gets caught up here in the situation. Now they're gating in. They're going for the kill. They get the Fear. They get the Ring of Frost. They get the Infernals. Here comes the damage. And they're swapping to JJ. And JJ is getting absolutely blasted. They proc the Guardian. Do they have any more follow-up stuns? It does not look like it. JJ will survive, but that Guardian will probably be on a 3-minute cooldown. So a nice attack once again from Elevord.
Tittery also had to ice block to try and save him as well. Acro now an open target down to half. JJ into a full fear. Is Acro going to fall? He's so low. Trades out the Cloak of Shadows. Should recover. He's shadow stepping out to Tessia, trying to avoid all the casters. Swapsy ports on top of Acro. An aggressive port from Warlock here. Acro not looking to punish that. JJ's getting blasted to swap back. And he is not running the Res Legendary, I believe, here. He's going to tap out. LF Org going to take game one. They look really good with the Fire Mage Warlock. They pressure the whole game. Looked like a completely different matchup. Mage's Fire rather than Frost.
It's just a lot more on-demand burst damage. It's not as obvious. So you have that instant crowd control with the Dragon's Breath, and then when you do go for those stun setups, you can throw in a lot of damage. And you also bring in nice consistent damage too with the Ring of Fire. So good pick here by LF4 in game number 1. And yeah, I think another thing I like about it is that they do leave Tessie alone. He could just go get those Dragon's Rush Sheeps. So just instant crowd control. It makes the Fire Mage a lot more threatening in this matchup, whereas the Frost Mage, maybe you could just train down the Warlock and you're not able to get that Crown or CC. But we can see exactly how it did play out here in the replay right now. GG, he's got no Trinket and a Ring of Frost. He gets feared. See how they do set this up. It's going to be the Infernal Stun into the Chastise Stun. And they are not able to take him down in this setup, but they do get basically every cooldown. So they get his Fade, they get the Guardian Spirit, as well as the Medallion early on. So now he basically has nothing. There's no cooldowns left for GG. Acro actually going to be attacked now, forced to play on the back foot just a little bit, as he is in the middle of the map. A Fear onto GG, now a full Polymorph onto him as well, as Acro continues to cross the map. But it's at this moment where your healer is in the middle of the map. The Mind Games is there with the stun, the Ring of Fire, Chaos Bolts, and that's it. So it was nice kiting there by Acro and Tittery to survive. But the problem is your healer is in the middle of the map, and they're able to basically get a perfect 3-2-1 setup on him with maximum burst damage, and they drop him really, really quickly.
I really didn't like that JJ just walked into that Ring of Frost at the start of the replay. He didn't actually hit him, and then he just walked into it, maybe to DR himself, because he thought, like, we're fine. But that was a really good punish from LF Org, just going after the healer in that situation. And then Acro baited him into kind of a bad spot as well, because he was overextending, because he thought, well, I have Cloak anyway. He pushed forward, crossed the map, and that forced JJ to cross the map, and then he just got Fear spammed into a sheep, and then Acro had to run away, and that's what kind of set everything up. So good pick by LF Org. Couple of mistakes from No Money Just Funny, and they're definitely going to take those and run with them on the side of LF Org, and looks like a solid matchup for them. Let's see if they can do it again, though. LF Org also, of course, with the option to go sub or outlaw. I've seen Acro play all 3 specs, and he's proficient at them all, so there's still some options for No Money Just Funny. They also could bring in Delay, so Shadow Priest Mage. I don't think we're going to see that, though. We're just going to see some more RMP. Exact same specs, larger map though. RMP going to be picking Asherman's Fall. Pretty large pillars on this map. I believe the second largest after Tolvier. And yeah, map with a lot of open areas to move around. We'll see. We'll see if it favors No Money Just Funny or if it favors LF Org. Part of me thinks that it favors LF Org because they're playing double wizard. But there's a part of me that also thinks that if Asaro can just get to dampening and press kidney shot on the lock, he wins. So we'll see.
This is multiple times now. We've talked about the maps and not why did this team pick this map in the Mage Lock? Like, is this a mistake? Like, nobody knows what's the best map. I think the size of the pillars, what we determined was the main thing. The maps with the big pillars, like that tiger statue pillar, is decently sized, where you can line of sight casters. But is it as important against fire to have big pillars? I feel like it's not as important against fire. I almost think No Money Just Funny, you need to play more aggressive against fire. Like trade for the Bustion windows and then push in, because what are you afraid of? There's no Deathborn coming for you. Maybe even going after Lone Tar might be better. If they're playing fire rather than frost. I feel like they're playing the strat as the RMP as if Tessia was frost. I don't think it's the right move.
Yeah, I wonder how they should be playing it. It's either you play all-out aggression and you just trade for the combustion, like you said, or you kind of wait till dampening and kind of let the Assassination Rogue. It's like a classic formula we've seen in the AWC. The Assassination Rogue, late in dampening, on a Destruction Warlock is really, really lethal. You kind of cut through their defensives in a single go. You can push through, get a lot of CC out. So I'm wondering how they do approach the matchup. But yeah, time will tell. Asherman's Fall, big map. It's going to allow Acro to go for restells. But also Lone Tar is going to be able to create a lot of space here.
All right. I'm not sure, to be honest. I feel like we're seeing a lot of, like when Cloud9 was dominating with Mage Lock, I really feel like it was because they knew how to play kind of both styles. They knew how to play with the fire and with the frost. And I think we're seeing a lot of, like kind of Mage Lock mains only play frost. So I really like that. I believe it was Power Men. That was the first team that really started playing fire and having a lot of success with it. And I'm really excited to see that there's more teams trying both variants. LF Org in the last series, they played the Mage Lock Mirrors with the Frost Mage, and now they're bringing in the Fire Mage for Tessia. And I think it's good because with the Frost Mage, it's like the classic C9 damp Mage Lock. Try to get them behind the pillar, try to corner them there, and slowly drain the healer's mana. Your healer can drink. If they make a push, trade offensive cooldown to push them back, and then eventually you win by setting up a clean kill when they're getting too aggressive, or by killing them because they're at the pillar. But with fire, it's a lot more like traditional Mage Lock, and I think it works really well with the Holy Priest as well. You just have those clean setups. The rogue pushes out. You get a Dragon's Breath Sheep because you're playing tank mage. You're not really going to be a target, so you can just blink in and do whatever you want, basically. Get the CC chains, set up on the rogue. You have a lot of stuns as well, especially with these new set bonuses for Warlock, with those Infernal stuns continuously happening, and with the Holy Priest as well, with their stuns. You just have a lot of actual real setups where you can actually threaten lethal, and those are the goals where you're going to force out, Trinket Cloak and stuff like that. So I just like the setup-based Fire Mage variant a lot, actually. It's good to see people are picking it up and experimenting with it. Meta's evolving, and are still kind of getting used to the matchup as well.
What about Arcane Mage?
That's why you had a smirk on your face. I was like, what does he want to say right now? That's so funny.
Maybe it's good. It's possible.
Yeah, maybe. That's why we didn't see a single
Demo?
Arcane Mage. It's the same reason why. No, Arcane Boom, he said. Come on, bro.
Okay.
Let's sign up, dude. Me and you, let's go.
I actually
Boomy.
did play Arcane Boomy to rank 1 in Legion. It was super fun.
In
back
Legion.
then. It was super fun.
I played it in Legion too. Well, Arcane, anything was fun to play in Legion. I played Arcane Outlaw, Arcane Feral, Arcane Windwalker, Arcane Boomy. You could play it with anything. It was amazing. It was a great time to be an Arcane Mage. We're talking about current Arcane Mage, though.
It's the dark times.
Yeah.
Arcane Spear Arcane Mage.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. LF Org right now, they're up 1-0. Bringing to the Fire Mage, a bit of a surprise. Yeah. Tessia on that Fire Mage is going to be threatening. The combustion setups are going to be massive. And the thing that's really nice is that Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire gives a lot of consistent damage. So even if you don't have the combustion, if you drop a Ring of Fire on a stun, it's still going to be really, really good pressure that you're able to get out. Acro's moving forward, trying to go after Lone Star, who's just hiding in the room right now. That's the all over him. It's going to be a Nova. It's going to be a Dragon's Breath. It's going to be a Pandaren Rachel. But Lone Star has to trade his trinket. Good deflection there. Honestly, Thessia did a really good job trying to heal, but Acro got a Holy Ward. He was able to use the evasion, I think. He actually evasioned the Pandaren Rachel, and that's how he was able to get the trinket from Lone Star. So good push there by No Money Just Funny.
Very, very close. I didn't even know you could do that. That's insane. Dodge the Pandaren Rachel. I guess it makes sense. It's a melee ability, but Mind Games coming out from Lontar. Big setup here onto JJ, but JJ with a nice preemptive Aegis. Look at that trinket. That trinket is so good against casting damage. JJ will survive. They get a sheep onto Lontar. Tittery now and a sheep. Lontar in a fear. Who is going to be the target here? Doesn't look like they can get too much done. Acro getting sheeped up here behind the pillar, and here's the Ring of Frost. Last time around, JJ just walked in. So this is what he wanted to do last time. I think he just wanted to walk in and prem that ring. But now a similar situation for JJ. He gets stunned into a stun, into a coil, into a dead. And JJ, is he playing the Res Legendary?
I hope so for his sake.
I hope so for his sake as well.
He
Staying in the game.
He left last time.
He's not.
Yeah.
Are they still trying to play because Lontar has no trinket?
Nah, I think it's Copium.
It's trying to bait them into thinking he's playing it.
They're trying to bait the enemy team to leaving. Why is the Res Legendary anyway? We were gonna lose.
Yeah, we're gonna lose.
That's exactly the same thing that happened in the first game. Though he walked into the ring, and he wanted to DR himself. He actually didn't premonition it or def it, so he got stuck in a full ring. This time around, he walked into the ring, he premmed it, but I think there was a Night Phase situation slowing him, and then that was an insane play by Lontar as well. He popped the Apotheosis, and he stunned into a stun. So he actually set that up with a double stun. It basically went and respected Sub-Rogue there for a second, and then they had the coil to follow it up as well. And JJ should have just honestly trinketed that. I don't know why he didn't. Could have trinketed the coil at least. The stun, like the first stun, I get why you would sit it. The second stun, a little greedy, but I get why you would sit it with the coil. It should have been an immediate trinket. So let's see what exactly happened there. So there's the Ring of Frost. And Tessia is playing Night Phase, so JJ is slowed here. Allows people to have more time to stack up. There's the stun. Lontar with the Apotheosis here as well, able to reset it, get a restun into a coil. And JJ, he had answers. He could have trinketed, he could have guardianed. He could have done a lot of things there. Unless he already used his human racial and his trinket tracker is just lying to us. I feel like there was definitely a world where he survives that.
Mind Games though? Why didn't he Guardian?
It might have been possible that his trinket was on cooldown from.
He's still Guardian though, right?
From humans.
They went in before that point too, I think.
Yeah, he might have had his trinket on CD from the human racial. Because when people use the human racial, it doesn't actually put the trinket on a 1.5 cooldown on the UI. It doesn't actually show what his real trinket cooldown is because it's a shared cooldown with the racial. But the Guardian is a great question. I have no idea why he didn't use it.
He can't use it in the coil. He has to use it in the stun. I think he was greedy and waited and didn't expect to get coiled and then got coiled. He's probably planning to fade out of the stun.
Yeah.
But then at that point, you trinket fade, I think.
I don't think he had trinket. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing that makes sense is that he wanted to greet it with the Guardian and that he didn't have trinket because he used human. That's the only thing that makes sense. Or he DC'd.
He lagged out. The coil's really sad. That's really sad, but we're going to hook point. What's really funny is I don't know. I actually don't. Looking at this matchup play out, I actually don't know if there's a map advantage for
Magelock is favored on every map.
It seems
or
like
it doesn't matter. Either
I feel like it doesn't matter. Like either it doesn't matter or Magelock is favored on every map. I don't know how that exactly works
map?
out.
This map seems good for Magelock. Oh, every map is good for me.
Okay. Against the Frost Mage, you definitely want a big pillar. We've learned that. 100% big pillar against Frost Mage. That's what you want. Against Fire Mage, I don't know. Fire Mage showing up in a big way here. It seems like the amount of burst that they're able to do, these pre-swaps are pretty devastating. Having the instant Dragon's Breath as a peel, really, really strong. Then it's a lot more consistent. You know, the Deathborn Icy Veins is a nightmare. It's a very powerful cooldown. But when it's up, it's kind of obvious. It's like, all right, this is a scary moment. There's literally a skeleton in the match. Like, you know, Kel'Thuzad's in the game. We need to run away. So you do that. But
that is a lich, then.
Okay. Well, anyways, you know what I meant. The point remains the same. Okay. It's a scary moment, but it's a lot less obvious with fire. Like fire is just, when do you run? I don't know.
Are we safe?
We combust is down.
Never
Can
safe.
you run? You blink. You decide to run behind the pillar. Triple Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. That's how they set you up, you know. So it's a rough
Don't
spot
walk
to be
into
in.
the ring though. Like the ring is there, you know. Like just leave it alone.
You don't have to touch it.
Or walk into it. You don't. It's not a magnet. You know. Don't have to walk into it.
You're just calling him.
He wants value. He's trying to get value. He doesn't care if it's
yeah,
gonna kill him.
he's trying to
it's
DR
value.
himself, but for what? Like it doesn't make. I feel like if your team is like right after that going to leave the pillar and go out and make a push, it's nice. Okay, you're on DR, perfect. You know, but that's the second time it gets JJ into a bad spot. The first time, I guess he just didn't def, or maybe his def was still on cooldown and he walked in, or I don't know, maybe he spaced out. I don't know what happened, but he got caught up in a full ring that he shouldn't have. And then in this game, he walked into it, defed it, but then he was night face load, and Tessia just, oh, perfect. He's all primed up for my Dragon's Breath. Let's go. No, they're like, oh, perfect. I can go and stun this man. So they just had a nice, collapse because of that slow. And that's the moment where the Mage Luck wants to pounce. That's when they want to get aggressive. So if there's one takeaway so far from this matchup is there's a ring on the ground. Just pretend it's not there. Actually, that's bad advice.
Yeah, you
might
need
accidentally
to know
walk
it's
into
there.
it. You need to know it's there. It's like when you're walking and there's like a hole in the road. You need to avoid it.
It's a pothole. Like you don't want to like ruin your
Yeah.
car. You know? Don't run the car over the
Exactly.
pothole.
But in this game, there's abilities that can just break it, right? And then it's good to do. So when you run into it, you press the ability that breaks it.
I feel like he just ran into it in the wrong direction. He ran into it going into the middle of the map instead of from behind. Like he could have gone away from Lone Tar, but he went into Lone Tar. If you know what I'm saying. Because it was on the corner of the pillar on the replay.
Is this the answer to Mage? Is this the answer to beat Rogue Mage?
Oh, is
No,
Rogue
this the
Mage? Yeah, is
evolution?
Rogue Mage now unfavored? Is this a flip from last week? Is it now Mage Lock should win against Rogue Mage?
What if Maro's looking at this being like, oh, okay. Gonna be practicing the Fire Mage for our matchup in that upper bracket.
If all the mages are going
No,
fire
sure,
on the
it could
ladder.
be. It could
Okay,
be
now
a
all
good
the Mage
answer.
Lock. Oh, what if Frost isn't good anymore? No, it's still good. I'm just joking. But what if? Fire is fun. I honestly, I was playing a little bit of Deathborn Fire. It doesn't pack the same punch as the Frost Mage, but it's still pretty fun. But it seems like the Night Fae, just the ability to reset not only your combustion, but reset every other ability, and your Ring of Fire. It's a ton of damage you're able to put out. It honestly seems really fun.
Yeah, you can reset your counterspell. You have Soul Shape. What's not to love about Night Fae? You have a Pod Tender that can just bring you back to life. There's so many crazy things about Night Fae. That's why it's been the go-to for fire mages. But Lontar right now is on fire. He gets garroted there on his human racial. He might die. Lontar does get that greater fade. Big opener though, coming out from no money, just funny, knowing that they are still in this to win it. They're going after swaps. They could full blind Lontar here right now. He doesn't have that trinket. His trinket is still on cooldown for another like minute 20 or so, minute 15. They smoke bomb Swapsy, Dragon's Breath onto Lontar into a full sheep, trying to get some cooldowns from Swapsy. If they can get unending resolve, then I like this play. If they don't get it though, and I didn't like this play. Let's see. It doesn't look like we like this play. Swapsy will survive with just the Dark Pack, and now him and Tessia have an opportunity. This is the test, JJ. Do not walk into it, left it. It's a big mistake. Potentially, after force use his trinket, and here comes the swap. No way!
No way! He dies 3
JJ
times
had
in
to
a
use
row.
everything again. That is insane. Acro had to trade everything. Checkmate. Next combustion, it's game over for no money. Just funny they can kill Acro and they can kill JJ.
They're going for a blind here, but Swapsy just portals away while Lone Tar's in a blind. Acro's in a sheep. They can't connect. No money, just funny are getting the lowest value trades in this game. Like, they all end with everything on Lone Tar got fade. That's basically nothing from the Holy Priest. 45-second cooldown. Then they go back to swaps and they get Dark Pack. again. That's basically nothing. He has that for pretty much every stun. They really have a lot of work here. Maybe this Vendetta can pay off for them. They do at least get unending resolve with that, keeping themselves in the game a little bit longer, but they could turn this around at any second. There's a Chastise from Lone Tar. There's a Mind Games from Lone Tar. That bust is going to be resetting from Tessia pretty soon as well. They could just turn this completely around. They're chasing JJ. They got his Fade. They got his Guardian here as well. Akra just getting blasted down. So there's no Fade, no Guardian, no Trinket, no Cloak. Match point, no money, just funny. Facing elimination, and they're playing for the worst possible vantage point. They need to win right now. Can they win right now onto Swapsy? Get the Guardian Spirit from Lone Tar. Damage to push Swapsy over. He's back to full health. Swapsy ports on top of JJ. Heading up for the swap here onto JJ. Tessia's getting over there as well. Here comes the Mortal Coil out into midfield. Blasts of damage. Akro's trying to peel them with Garrotes and cheap shots. Healing the world. Fortunately, Lone Tar was actually sheep. I almost wonder if he should have triggered that sheep on JJ. Because now Swapsy might just die. Lone Tar trinkets out. Can he save him? I don't think so. They managed to win from this point. No way. Ray of Hope on 1 HP. That's the lowest HP I've ever seen a player at. Is in a negative Ray. Nope. Full HP Ray.
Ray of Hands.
Oh my goodness gracious. Swapsy barely holding on there, but they have nothing left. Tittery with the combustion. This could be the end of the game. Tricks to the trade. Massive damage. There's no money, just funny. Strike back. They had the checkmate situation, but they kind of rushed it. They tried to coil a JJ, but Tittery was there with some beautiful peels on Lone Tar, not allowing him to connect the stun. Akra was there as well, and then they just reversed the pressure onto Swapsy. I mean, I feel like no money, just funny. The beginning of that game went horribly for them, but with some good defensive play, they were able to turn it around at the late stages of the match.
Yeah, definitely. I want to know what happened. Yeah, Lone Tar for sure should have triggered it. But I want to know what happened with Tessia, because Tessia went for the Dragon's Breath. It got deafed by JJ, and then he got counterspelled. And then here he's resetting, and he's trying to get a sheep onto JJ. And he gets a sheep onto Akro, and he wants to blink over to JJ. Dragon's Breath sheep him. So what does JJ actually do to avoid it? If he had Holy Ward, he fears Tessia here. So he gets a fear onto Tessia, and then they just go without like a little setup there beforehand. This is where Lone Tar for sure should trinket. He just trinkets this sheep, but he's going to get Knight's Face slow. He's not going to actually reach and connect that stun, even if he trinkets, because of the position. He would have to trinket the Dragon's Breath and fear the sheep and then get the stun to be able to pull that off. So yeah, Lone Tar ends up trinketing anyway. And this is the Ray on Hands coming out from Lone Tar right there. The apps, like, there's literally nothing green left on Swapsy. Like, he is literally on, he's like a little, if the wind blows too hard, he's dead. So Swapsy, he manages to survive, but then they just reconnect. Ring of Fire comes out, Rupture, Vendetta still taking for a little bit, and then they get a nice kidney shot there onto Swapsy, and here comes the combustion from Tittery. He actually messes up his first Pyroblast, but it's okay. Nobody saw. And then Akro Shadow steps over on that grip, and Lone Tar has nothing here. He tries to stun Akro to just buy a little bit of time, but he had Trinket anyway. Tittery blinks in as well. Would reconnect there with the damage, but that was an extremely close game. If Lone Tar could have gotten that stun off onto JJ, it would probably have been lights out for him, just like in the other games. So seems like a pretty even matchup between these two teams, but on hook point, it seemed extremely difficult actually for Swapsy to stay alive, and this time around, it will be No Money Just Funny taking the win, but now we are going to Empyrean Domain, the land of toothpick pillars.
Frost?
Oh.
You going Frost?
I mean, he could, but I don't think he needs to. Is he actually going to go Frost? I'm liking him on fire. I feel like they had them. I can't believe they lost that game. I was just like, literally, it was like the first minute and a half, no money, just funny, just losing, just everything going wrong, getting the worst trades, low value, nothing. But then that low cooldown Vendetta, just like, oh, we got this back. He actually did. He actually went Frost.
How did I know?
No way.
So they like Frost on the small pillar maps over Fire.
There you go.
Fire is the counter to the big pillars.
Yeah. Go to the big pillars, you're meeting a Fire Mage. Go to the small pillars, it's a blizzard.
Shouldn't he have been Frost last game then? It was hook point. Or he had the blind lock.
Blind lock it. I don't know how much it matters. I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, the games that they won as Fire look so convincing. It looks so good. I kind of just said Frost is like a joke, but on Empyrean Domain, it's definitely not bad. But I feel like No Money Just Funny. I mean, we've seen this matchup play out so many times. If they can just hold on, if they can weather the storm of Deathborn and Icy Veins, then they can make those big pushes. And Swapsy, he's going to cut through those defensive cooldowns really, really fast. Like we saw in the last game, it was looking so good for LF4 until it wasn't. And No Money Just Funny was able to just ride that reverse momentum and pull out a win. So we'll see if they can do it again here on Imperial Domain, which should be theoretically one of their worst maps. And if they can do it, they put themselves in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't mind that they're maybe trying out the waters here a little bit with the Frost, but like if there's one time where you can afford to do it, it would be now rather in, you know, a potential game 5. So for LF it might be the thing that gets them the win, but at the same time, there's always a part of me that wonders, the fire, it looked good. You guys had a lot of, you guys were definitely ahead a lot. They had to use Trinket Cloak, they had to use Priest Trinket right after. You just needed one clean setup. You had two minutes to set it up, and unfortunately for you guys, you didn't get that clean setup. So if there was something that they could have done differently, maybe that would have been enough to actually grab them the win. But at the same time, they have a good matchup here. They have a nice map, and they have a great Frost Mage player, so may as well try it out. It might be enough to win. And for No Money Just Funny, they're gonna need to play when we see RMP beat this comp, like when we see RMP win in this matchup, a lot of the time it's blinding the mage on Deathborn, on his Echoing Resolve. Just try to proc it with a Fear or a Mind Control or a Chastise. And get a full blind on him when he's pushing in. Just really respect the cooldown. Don't, fall too far behind. Get to a little bit of dampening maybe. And then make one big strong push and try to take down the Warlock. Try to get uptime on the Warlock and push him over. Force out the cooldowns and just keep going basically. So if No Money Just Funny can do that, that could be a way to win. We've also seen the RMP take down the Priest a lot of the time. So that could be another way to win for them. But the gates are open, and it's time to put it all to the test. No Money Just Funny on Match Point. Championship Sunday on the line. Both of these teams already qualified for the circuit, but they, of course, want to get as deep as possible in this cup. Let's see who can do it.
All right. They have to. It's going to be a very difficult journey for them against this Frost Mage Warlock, but so far so good. Blind on the Lone Tar, going into Swapsy, getting the Guardian Spirit, getting the Dark Pact, tap out of the blind. Good follow-up. They need to close this out here, get big cooldowns. They get the Unending Resolve. Can they cut through it? The Aegis as well. Lone Tar is now still in a polymorph. They fear Acro away in desperation. They managed to stall just long enough. Lone Tar connecting heals now on Swapsy to get aggressive. Here comes the Deathborn out from Tessia. When he's going to pop the Icy Veins along with it, he's holding on to it, walling Acro away, stunning him. The wall gets mass dispelled by JJ. Acro gets pulled back to the pillar. Good reaction there from JJ, but now JJ is stunned up and getting blasted behind the pillar on Match Point. Huge damage incoming. Popping that Trinket, popping the Guardian Spear, popping the Ray of Hope, popping everything right now. Is he going to survive through it? They're just hammering into that Ray. Doesn't fully recover him at that point, but he does at least stay alive. And now Acro, his Vendetta's coming off cooldown. Lone Tar's in a full fear. Acro is gunning for the kill onto Swapsy. He gets coiled away. Is he going to get the fear? He gets interrupted on the fear. Swapsy going to immediately pop Dark Pact on Vendetta. Acro now getting blasted. Trinket cloaks to stay aggressive with the Vendetta, but I'm not sure he's going to cut through at the moment. He has to now run away from Swapsy. His Trinket cloak down. JJ's Trinket down. No Guardian Spirit. That technical position we saw in the last game. LF Org just need to push in and show dominance here in Match Point.
Tessia actually going for some sheeps, but unfortunately it does break to the Rain of Fire of Swapsy, so a bit of a miscommunication there. But with this positioning, Lone Tar is very far away, and this is exactly what you want to see from Tessia, just playing really, really aggressive. A nice grip there on Swapsy, but Swapsy's still kind of rotting down. Big damage on Acro. One capsule lands. He gets gripped away to safety, back to the pillar, usually not feeling too confident. It's like Acro, you throw in your kidney shot, and unless you have a Shadow Step or a sprint to get there, you're coming back to the pillar. You've overstayed your welcome. You're in the open for 5 seconds, back to the pillar. And that's kind of how this one has to play until dampening at least. Acro moves forward, looking for that kidney shot once again. A preemptive gateway by Swapsy. I don't know how much I like this, but stun on Acro. Ice Wall drops down as well from Tessia. It gets immediately shut down and destroyed. Swapsy now with big kidney shot. Unending Resolve is forced to trade. This is a great push from No Money Just Funny. And the signs of life here in match number 4. They have the Vendetta, they have the blind. This isn't looking too bad for them at all.
Yeah, but still 18 seconds left on that Trinket of JJ. He could potentially set up here. He defs the sheep. Nicely done by JJ. Activates his Greater Fade. They're going after Acro. Ray of Hope comes in. And it looks like JJ will be able to survive here for his Trinket coming back up for that scary swap. But still no Guardian here available. On the side of No Money Just Funny, and now Lontar gonna get fully counterspelled here. Combustion rolling for Titari. This could be a power play. Swaps his trinkets and trades out his Ages as well. Full blind secure onto Lontar. He trinkets as well. So nice play here, set up by Titari. Gets the counterspell. We get the double trinket in that push, and they get the Ages. And now Swapsy with very limited defense here. That next Vendetta is going to be absolutely devastating for him to deal with. But now, okay. Next Vendetta is not happening this time around. Acro gets blasted out of the map. What in the world was that damage coming up from Swapsy? Another double kill. Send him out of the tournament.
This looks so bad manner when the Infernal like kills you as it lands to the ground, just like stomping on your dead body. Just like it's like, oh man.
All right, Chaos Mold is so scary.
Yeah,
like,
I want my set bonuses, man. The Catalyst comes out next week, right?
I hope you have 3 set.
I'm doing Raid Finder. I don't care what it takes. I need to have this level.
It's one thing I don't think a lot of people realize. That people are starting to get their 4 set, but a Destruction Warlock, like basically the way I see it, a Destruction Warlock with no tier is not really a threat. A Destruction Warlock with tier is the most insane thing. Like you're gonna see the damage that Swapsy's able to put out. I mean, if you miscalculate for a second, if Swapsy can set up that damage with Dark Soul, you're just gone. I mean, Acro, he has Cloak when he dies, so we're going to have to wait. When that's off cooldown, you're going to see it. He's got his Vanish, he's got Cloak, but he just gets literally erased from the game. Taking a little bit of pressure right here in the middle of the map. Tessia right now gets a Deathborn proc, just throwing in some Frostbolts, but this is not the exact moment where Acro gets deleted from the match. You have to wait. I think we're in like slow motion right now too, so we can really get, a good idea of what happens here to Acro. So Swapsy has the Dark Soul, he's got the Mortal Coil. Let's see how exactly they set this up. There's a Polymorph on Acro right now, trying to just kind of pre him, keep him locked down. Acro goes for a blind on Lontar. Lontar immediately trinkets out of it. Another Polymorph on Acro, just slowing it down. Swapsy ports, he gets gripped to safety. Acro now with his Cloak of Shadows available, it's likely just around here where we see Swapsy go for the one-shot. So let's see exactly how he does set this up. You can see his buff. If you actually look at his frame at the bottom side of the map, you can see that little buff with the number 8. That's when you know things are getting crazy. So this is when you know things are getting scary. Here comes the Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. Acro done. 50-0 instantaneously. Good night. Bye, Acro. And when you see those purple Infernals, you know right before was an instant Chaos Bolt. So that's the double Chaos Bolt combo. And that's LF sending No Money Just Funny out of the tournament.
They most certainly did, and that is going to be the end of them. Looking for Org, we're of course going to be seeing them return on Championship Sunday for the European region. They're going to be facing off against MYWAY, but that is going to conclude today's games. And it also means that we have our top 8 for this region. We're going to keep you guys posted on that, and let you guys know once we've got that solidified, tallying that up behind the scenes. But what a season so far. I mean, I know we've got Championship Sunday, of course, already, but, a lot of answers, I think, that are still kind of up in the air, Suki's, about what exactly, we want to do with that comp. It seems like no one has a clear answer yet.
I mean, it solidified itself a little bit more here. Seems like the Fire Mage Rogue Fire Mage Lock is a good answer into maps where you don't have like small pillars where you can't AoE people and blast them down with Frost. So mages are going to have to kind of flex between the two if they want to min-max those advantages, which is going to be interesting to play out. One thing to also note is Casual Dads, I don't think they've made top 8 in 2 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks now. We haven't seen them. And they're still in the number 5 position based off their first 2 cup performances. So what are they going to do, right? Like, is Alex Kitchen going to finally be finished renovating? And we're going to get to see Casual Dads at like full power in the circuit, because we haven't been able to even see them throughout the qualification process. No Money Just Funny, although going out of the tournament there, I think still have a lot of potential. Now they've got time to practice and get the hours under their belt. And I feel like investing in the Rogue Mage not going to be a bad investment for them. Delirium stealing away Spawn of Damage's position here in this cup as well. A couple other teams almost getting up in there, but curious to see how their Ret Warrior plays in circuit format. Like, can they challenge any of the teams that are typically going uncontested?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So, I mean, just looking at this, all these teams can play multiple things, but we have KUNGARNA, mostly in RMP. MYWAY playing jungle, SK Pieces, LF Org, Casual Dads. I would say they all of them have Mage Lock at a high potential with some other classes that they can play. So lots of different compositions, but I feel like it's likely we're going to see a lot of Mage Lock from position 3, 4, 5. And then, of course, you have Bugs playing the Windwalker Mage. They have Jamie on the side for some Cleaves potentially, maybe some Elemental Shaman Mage. No Money, Just Funny, mostly RMP with a side of Valet, and then Delirium. I feel like I'm most afraid for Delirium going into the circuit in that 8th position on the Ret Warrior. They're going to meet a lot of RMPs and Ret Warrior. Or, sorry, they're going to meet a lot of RMPs and Mage Lock, what is kind of not what you want to see.
They're going to meet a lot of mages. The only Delirium and MyWay are the only teams without mages. Everybody else plays pretty much always a mage. Except, I guess, Casual Dads played a lot of Roguelock, actually. But yeah, they're gonna definitely have a tough time there with that Ret Warrior into basically everyone being a Frost Mage, playing Mage Lock or Rogue Mage or Warrior Mage, things like that. So, but congratulations to them. They did qualify today, so that's huge. And in North America, actually, I was looking a little bit at the math in NA, and Unitas is not qualified. And Zan Cheng, which is another Ret Warrior, which is basically the Delirium of NA, they are also not. Yeah, we can see the standings right here. So basically, the spot to beat is Novus. So Unitas, no matter what happens here, this is before their current standings are calculated. So Unitas, they need to do two things. They need to at least have one placing higher than Zan Cheng to knock 3 Cappies and Rue out and to knock Zan Cheng out, or get to that 100-point position, which for Unitas would be 5th. In the very least, if Unitas gets 5th place, then they're guaranteed qualified, and Zan Cheng could also qualify. But if Zan Cheng has a bad performance and Unitas has a bad performance, then Unitas qualifies and Novus qualifies. So Novus, their fate is on the line, and Unitas or Zan Cheng, they're gonna have to play for that last spot. It's gonna be a lot of intensity tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly is, Zico. Make sure you guys are tuning in for those games as well. It's going to be the same time, same place here, youtube.com/Warcraft. They are, obviously pushing for that top 8 spot as well. And it's going to be, interesting to see where we end up at the end of the day. Because just like EU, a lot could happen at the end of tomorrow's games on Saturday for the North American region. So be sure to tune in for that. We can also, everyone, all of the EU teams, congrats to them. They were super excited on Twitter. We can see, all of the things that they were saying after they qualified. We have a nice compilation of everybody. And just kidding, we're actually gonna, you can go look at it on Twitter yourself, and we had the graphic, and I guess it's bugged at the moment. I just got a message from our producer, but yeah, everyone super excited. Oh, here's some of them. Yeah, here's Meh. This is my favorite one. Top 3 GGs, had to carry my team. Here's, in case that joke wasn't obvious, it's obviously a joke. But yeah, it's cool. I love these moments when you get to see everybody on Twitter all at once, all of the AWC players being like, I'm so excited. But absolutely, congratulations to them. If you want to follow all of the players in AWC, Healing Stat, if you go to his Twitter, has a really cool list where he's got not only all of the AWC players on one Twitter list, he's got the MDI players on there too. So it's a really good way, I think, keep in touch with everybody that is currently competing. So, and that being said, also make sure you're following us on the WoW Esports Twitter. Make sure you are subscribed here as well. Hitting that notification bell. Here's another one from Asgarath. Sick Ice Wall from Morrow. How do you like that, Ben?
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I've said it from the start. I believe in these mages to get the ice wall down. And we're seeing that surgical precision, that I love to see. So well done tomorrow. Definitely getting that down, and I'm excited to see what he can pull off with that in the round robin.
Yeah, that's the thing. I like that's the special thing about round robin is every team has to play every team. So there's no avoiding a certain comp. There's no avoiding a certain team. So that the players are after Championship Sunday and is over, they're going to be going and practicing against stuff that they know they're weak against, because you really cannot be unprepared for a certain team as we head into that round robin format. So that being said, that is going to conclude Friday's games. Tomorrow, we're going to hop into that North American region. And what teams are you most excited for, Super Tees, tomorrow? Curious.
I feel like Golden Guardians and Kawhi, like whenever that series happens, like you have to see it, you have to watch it. Kawhi versus Golden Guardians, like I'm eagerly anticipating that matchup.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I think I'm with you on that one. But that being said, make sure you guys are tuning in because we want to see not only that match, but all of the matches and all of the North American teams try and make it into top 8. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, youtube.com/Warcraft. Once again, make sure you are subscribed here. Make sure you also have hit that notification bell, and make sure, of course, you're following us on the WoW Esports Twitter page for all of the updates. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a good night.